Chapter 1049. Instead of saying that Jing Shi was asking questions, it was more like a condolence. The Northern Yamen commandant's closeness was self-evident. Of course, this was also related to Jiang Wang's innocence. Today, his background and most of his experiences in front of people were no longer a secret to the higher-ups of Qi. His being able to obtain the title of Baron of Qingyang Town was the first step in Qi's acceptance of him. Making contributions to Qi meant that he was a person of Qi. Later, when he was on the list of the Yellow River meeting, it meant that he was not only recognized as a person of Qi, but he could also be a representative of Qi at certain times. As the Tianjiao of the country, he was qualified and should be treated well. This was also the reason why Jiang Huio and Cheng Gengxing could easily come to Northern Yamen to see him. During the time he sat in the inspector's office in the capital, it was enough for the blue metal to repeatedly verify his whereabouts. Since the ceremony of the master, he had been cultivating behind closed doors in the Xiashan villa and never went out. Every word he said in the inspector's office in the capital could be verified. Although Zhang Yong said a lot to him when they were alone and seemed to approve of him, he really had nothing to do with this matter and could really withstand the investigation. Not only was he not guilty, but he could also be considered to have contributed to the battle with Zhang Yong. Of course, if someone wanted to deal with him, he witnessed Cui Ju assassinating the emperor and Zhang Yong crying in the temple with his own eyes. He was there both times, especially the last time when he was alone with Zhang Yong for a period of time. It was very easy for someone to do something. During the investigation stage, there were plenty of ways to bury some evidence that Jiang Wang could not refute. That was why Jiang Wang was so careful and cautious. It was precisely because Jiang Huio and Cheng Gengxing understood the seriousness of the problem that they hurried over to prevent some people from having a chance to do something. For someone like Jiang Wang, who was already famous in Qi and would definitely have a position in the higher-ups in the future, would Jiang Huio's competitors want to get rid of him if they had the chance? For example, Yung Genzuan, who returned to his family, already knew that his business was in shambles and Wang Yiwu was sent to the death row prison camp. Would he want to do something? These possibilities could not be confirmed, but they had to be prepared. Jiang Wang's visit to the inspector's office in the capital today was a big matter or a small matter. He could be safe or he could die without a burial ground if there was no one to back him up. But in retrospect, throughout the entire incident, Deputy Patrol Inspector Yang had always shown goodwill. Even the commandant of the Northern Yamen, Jing Shi, had personally come to ease his worries. Even if it was Ma Xiong, he could only say that he was just doing his job and did not make things difficult for him. This was what it meant to have grown wings. In the state of Qi, ordinary winds and waves could no longer topple the current Jiang Wang. When he left the inspector's office, he met Zheng Shangming. Of course, it was not a real encounter. Earlier, the Northern Yamen Commandant Jing Shi just asked a few questions casually and said nothing else. But of course, this kindness should be counted in the friendship between Jiang Wang and Zheng Shangming. However, in order to avoid suspicion, Zheng Shangming just greeted him casually. Jiang Wang also responded calmly. It would be too fake if they completely ignored each other. After all, they just drank together not long ago. When they passed each other, Zheng Shangming's voice sounded in his ears. The fake Zhang Yong was discovered by Constable Lin Yuxi. He gave Cui Ju a push when he was on the list for the meeting of the Yellow River. However, Constable Lin caught the flaw and found evidence that the fake Zhang Yong was not the real one. In order to protect her, Elder Wu did not make it public. So he asked Ma Xiong to catch him. Zheng Shangming walked over with steady step. Jiang Wang's expression did not change. He followed Jiang Huio out. But he was secretly shocked. Zhang Yong said, "If you reveal a hair, you will be dug out of 18 generations of your ancestors." So this was what it meant. Lin Yuxi had been watching Zhang Yong. Even after he joined the Longevity Palace, he did not give up. At most, he was more roundabout. He even looked for Jiang Wang because of this. But he did not expect to force Zhang Yong to jump out quietly. Zhang Yong, or the force behind him, did not hesitate to destroy the entire Phoenix Immortal Zhang family and painstakingly created the identity of Zhang Yong. His conspiracy must be far-reaching. In the future, it was not impossible to reappear the Phoenix Immortal Zhang family and establish a famous family with evil intentions. Its value was not only for the Weeping Temple. But after his identity was exposed, with Zhang Yong's current position, the Weeping Temple was the biggest thing he could do. It was also the thing that could hurt Qi Jun's prestige the most. Looking at this matter from this angle, it had to be said that Zhang Yong's decisiveness in the sudden situation, his methods were sharp, and his goal was clear. It was moving. The force behind Zhang Yong was really frightening. One was Cui Ju, the other was Zhang Yong. They were totally unrelated. But they were young talents with many possibilities in Qi. But they were resolute and had the same will. People could not help but think, how many people like this were there? Which one would it be? How powerful was the force hidden under the water? And Lin Yuxi, who forced Zhang Yong to jump out in advance, was really admirable. His cultivation was not high, and his combat power was not strong. Sometimes, he was so stubborn that it made people frown. But his ability to handle cases could only be said that he was Lin Kuang's daughter and Uriel's disciple. Fortunately, he had reached a settlement with Lin Yuxi at that time. Lin Yuxi promised not to pester and investigate him. Otherwise, with her efforts to track down Zhang Yong, the matter of no door to hell would be exposed sooner or later. Chung Gungxing and Shi Si walked on the other side. Without looking, Chung Gungxing knew that Jing Shangming must have said something to Jiang Wang. But with his shrewdness, he would not show it. He said a few words casually and got on the sedan. Shi Si was naturally inseparable from him. Jiang Wang was about to follow when Jiang Wuyo's voice sounded, "Jiang Qingyang, sit in my sedan." She had a natural and neat strength. She did not need anyone to wait on her. She lifted the curtain and sat in the sedan. Huaying Palace Master herself did not care. Jiang Wang also had nothing to hide. He bent down and got into the sedan. It was worth mentioning that Huaying Palace's sedan paled in comparison to Chung Gungxing's sedan in terms of size and comfort. It could only be said that Jiang Wuyo was not a person who was greedy for pleasure. Those who restrain themselves must have a long-term plan. The two people sat facing each other in the sedan. Jiang Wang opened his mouth. "Your Highness Palace Master." Jiang Wuyo raised his hand. "We'll talk later." Thus, the sedan was silent. Since Jiang Wuyo had no intention of saying anything now, Jiang Wang sat upright and closed his eyes to cultivate. Huaying Palace Master looked at the youth sitting opposite her, who had quickly entered a state of cultivation. She could not help but smile. She also closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation. In a sense, they were actually the same kind of people. The area where the northern Yamen was located was quite prosperous. Outside the sedan was Linzi, who had long since woken up. The noise entered the sedan but could not be heard from inside. 4 sedan bearers carried the sedan. Their footsteps were steady as they crashed into the crowd. Chapter 1050. Huaying Palace's sedan stopped in front of a tea-house at the end of a deep alley. This was Chung Gungxing's property, and it was specially used for private gatherings. Before Jiang Wang went to the Seven Stars Valley, Li Longchuan and the others had sent him off here. Walking into the tea-house and into a private room, Chung Gungxing and Shi Si were already waiting inside. Of course, it wasn't that he had any private contact with Huaying Palace, but that he wanted them to discuss today's matter together. After all, they had all gone to pick up Jiang Wang, so Jiang Wang didn't have to deal with them separately. Jiang Wuyo and Jiang Wang sat down separately. Huaying Palace's master was naturally the main character wherever she was. She raised her hand and said directly, Is there anything else you can tell us that you can't say in the office of the patrol inspector? Jiang Wang thought for a moment and repeated what Zhang Yong had said to him. Why did the people of the small countries suffer while the people of the big countries could enjoy peace? And so on. It was naturally inconvenient for him to say this in the office of the patrol inspector because he himself was also from a small country. It was easy to make unnecessary associations and doubts. At that time, when he said these words, Zhang Yong was angry, desperate, and in pain. When Jiang Wang repeated it, he tried not to mix in any emotions. The other three people in the room, Jiang Wuyo, Cheng Gengxing, and Shi Si, all listened carefully. They just listened to Jiang Wang's retelling. Jiang Wuyo sneered. Does he think that Qi is strong only because he sucked their blood? Does he think that those small countries are weak only because they pay tribute? Power must be relative to responsibility. You can only take as much as you bear. Look at the history books and see how many countries have died in this world. If it weren't for the protection of the Qi, many of their countries might not even exist. Does he want to have the meridian unlocking pill and transcendent cultivators? What a joke. In many ways, Jiang Wuyo's words were not wrong. While the big countries enjoyed more resources, they also shouldered more responsibilities. Disregarding everything else, how many Qi cultivators died at the borders every year? This was a number that cultivators from small countries could not imagine or even dare to imagine. The only thing that was ignored was the people who lived behind the words small countries. The tragic situation of the people in those small countries was indeed ignored. Cheng Gengxing didn't say anything, but from his expression, there was no doubt that he agreed. Jiang Wang had an inexplicable sympathy for Zhang Yong. This sympathy was only directed at his background and experience. After all, they both had the hatred of losing their homes. At the same time, he had experienced the pain of being at the bottom of this world. However, it was impossible for Jiang Wuyo and Cheng Gengxing to have one. This had nothing to do with morality, and it had nothing to do with whether one was hard-hearted or soft-hearted. Everyone's perspective, position, and experience were all different from one another. It was indeed unrealistic for a noble like Jiang Wuyo and a legitimate son of a prestigious family like Cheng Gengxing to understand the difficulties of the people of a small country. There was no such thing as true empathy in the world. Everyone had their own joys and sorrows. Therefore, Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He only said, "His eye technique is very powerful. It can capture one's vision, confuse one's mind, affect one's emotions, and eliminate damage. On the surface, his eyes will become as dark as night." He didn't mean to hide this detail, but he didn't have the time to mention it in the inspection office. Whether it was loosening the restrictions or showing goodwill, Zheng Shi didn't seem to care much about the information Jiang Wang had gathered. Perhaps he already knew enough, or perhaps he was clear that it didn't matter how much he knew. The Baya government should have captured some information. This is a clue. Jiang Wuyo said, however, since he showed it in front of you, it means that it's impossible to find anything through this. Either his pupil technique is very ordinary and can be seen everywhere, or it's a new technique developed and won't be known by the world. His pupil technique obviously belongs to the latter. That's all I know, Jiang Wang said. This is an unexpected disaster for you. Jiang Wuyo shook his head and said helplessly, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. With strength comes good luck, Cheng Gengxing said with a smile. You're right. Jiang Wuyo replied faintly and said to Jiang Wang, before the Yellow River meeting, don't be distracted by other things. Just cultivate well. This is the most important thing for you. Although he said this to Jiang Wang, he was actually saying it to Cheng Gengxing. In Linzi Qi, what other things could Jiang Wang be distracted by? Only Cheng Gengxing and Yonggenzuan were fighting for the head of the family, and Jiang Wang might be involved. Usually, Jiang Wuyo had nothing to say. Jiang Wang and Cheng Gengxing had their own friendship. However, before such a crucial event as the Yellow River meeting, she hoped that Chung Gung-shing could restrain himself. Chung Gung-shing just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Jiang Wang, of course, knew her good intentions. He nodded and said, "I know. But even so, if Chung Gung-shing was in trouble, he wouldn't sit by and do nothing." Jiang Huio nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and asked, "I heard that you met Wang Ao in the Bewildering World?" It had been a few days since the incident in the Bewildering World. He didn't know where she got the news from. "It's true," Jiang Wang said. Jiang Huio was obviously interested. "How's his strength?" "Very terrifying." Jiang Wang told her about the brief fight between Wang Ao and the Blood King. Due to his strength, he couldn't observe more information, but what he did observe was already terrifying enough. He was worthy of his title as the #1 martial artist. After hearing this, Jiang Huio pondered for a moment, then stood up and said, "Remember what I said? I'll leave first. No need to see me off." She didn't need to be polite to Jiang Wang and Chung Gung-shing. She waved her hand and strode away. She walked like a cheetah, graceful and fit. Her words and actions were crisp and straightforward. She was full of heroic spirit. This time, she came to this tea house with Jiang Wang because she was more concerned about the impact of Zhang Yongji's matter on Jiang Wuqi. However, she didn't mention the Longevity Palace to Jiang Wang from beginning to end. Clearly, she didn't want to drag Jiang Wang in now. After Jiang Huio's figure disappeared from the tea house, Chung Gung-shing suddenly sighed and said, "How admirable." "What do you mean?" Jiang Wang asked. Chung Gung-shing asked in return, "Why do you think Palace Lord Huaying cares so much about Wang Ao? She likes martial arts?" Jiang Wang felt that his words were wrong because Jiang Huio's cultivation system wasn't martial art. So, he changed the topic. "What's the matter?" Chung Gung-shing sighed and asked again, "Do you know why Palace Lord Huaying is so old?" "Well, among the palace lords, she's only a little younger than the crown prince." "Why is she still in the inner mansion realm?" "Polishing her realm? Pursuing heaven's sanctum?" Jiang Wang suggested a possibility, but he didn't think it was reliable. No matter how strong heaven's sanctum was, it was only the inner mansion realm. If one could reach heaven's sanctum and true enlightenment, why would they be restricted to heaven's sanctum? It would be too late for regrets if they delayed reaching heaven's sanctum and waited until their lifespan ran out. "Because she's walking her own path," Chung Gung-shing said, "a brand new path." Chapter 1051. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Huio's status that Jiang Wang had neglected her cultivation. Huaying Palace's palace master no longer needed to rely on her strength to support her position. However, if one looked carefully, as the third princess of Deqi's royal family, Jiang Huio's cultivation seemed to be lackluster. Crown Prince Jiang Wuhua seemed to be very ordinary, but he was also at the peak of the outer tower. As for her two younger brothers, Jiang Wuxie and Jiang Wuqi, their current cultivation levels were not inferior to hers. Jiang Wuqi's strength was unfathomable. Jiang Wuxie was still weaker than Lei Zhanqian when they were in the Seven Stars Valley. Looking at it now, it seemed that one could say, "That's all." However, Jiang Wang felt that Jiang Wuxie's strength was not that simple. That red Luan spear was very amazing. Perhaps it was after the inner mansion when she showed her strength. And Jiang Huio, now that he thought about it, back at the Tianya stage. When Ji Shaoqing wanted to escape, Jiang Huio smashed down with the square heaven ghost halberd. Why did Gu Huaixin immediately appear? Other than wanting to let Ji Shaoqing fight with dignity, it actually pointed to another possibility. That was, Jiang Huio's halberd would kill Ji Shaoqing. Jiang Wang knew Ji Shaoqing's strength very well. Although he had defeated and killed this person with his own hands, he did not think that he could kill him with one move. However, Jiang Huio, who was also at the inner mansion stage, seemed to be able to do this. At least in Gu Huaixin's eyes, it seemed to be possible. Then how strong was Jiang Huio, who was at the inner mansion stage. Of course, the position of the crown prince was not determined by cultivation alone. However, that position was a competition in all aspects. If Jiang Wuyo was not strong enough, her future was not bright enough, and she had such a huge shortcoming, and did not have an overwhelming advantage in other aspects. How could she compete with the other palaces and not be at a disadvantage? In fact, there were many times when she was clearly more flamboyant and proactive. Overseas, she could mobilize the Shu emissary-level spies of the Sea Fishing Tower, and she could speak on Juming Island. She could even invite Qi Shao. This was a very influential performance. Based on what? Disregarding other aspects, what did he rely on in terms of cultivation? What road? Jiang Wang asked. Chung Gongxing said, she is trying to cultivate the Zhenwu body. She wants to lead the martial arts into the Tao and use the Tao to cultivate the martial arts. Incorporate martial arts into the existing cultivation system. With the Soaring Dragon, Inner Palace, Outer Palace, and even the Shernlin, Insightful Truth, and Tao Evolution's cultivation bases, they can control the power of martial arts. Jiang Wang was shocked. He now knew that the martial Tao was a completely new path. There were many respectable and terrifying people who climbed this path. He wanted to fight for the scenery for himself and build a new peak for the human race. But now he was still exploring the path of martial arts. Some people were researching how to incorporate martial arts into the current cultivation system. Just like how the flying sword arts of the flying sword era had created the present Tao sword art. Jiang Wuyo was one of those people who believed that martial arts had a future. But her belief was even more thorough. She had not yet completed the martial Tao, but she had already started to explore the possibility of merging martial arts with the present cultivation system. This was very difficult. How difficult was it? Just a little. With Jiang Wuyo's cultivation talent that everyone admired, and her main cultivation method of the De Qi Imperial House, the supreme purple myrtle middle sky cannon, she had received the heavenly classics and earthly latitude. Regardless of whether she cultivated step by step or focused on martial arts, she would be at least at the Shernlin or 21st heavenly layer of the martial Tao. But right now, she was still in the inner palace realm in her 30s, an age that could not be called young Tianjiao. Yet she was still so valiant without any shyness or defeat. Jiang Wang occasionally went to Huaying Palace to see her. If she was not practicing the blade, she was practicing the halberd. You could never feel the setbacks she was facing from her. Especially when she was still fighting for the position of crown prince. Countless eyes were on her from all levels of society. Yet she was trapped in the inner palace, trekking with great difficulty. But no matter when he saw Jiang Wuyo, she was noble, dignified, and extraordinarily valiant. She resolutely walked her path, never wavering at any time. What kind of strong heart was this? What kind of determination and courage did this require? This was indeed admirable. Jiang Wang once again felt that this was truly a resplendent world of shining stars. There were so many dazzling figures. The Huaying Palace Master has never told me these things. Jiang Wang said with an indescribable feeling, now that I know, I am truly filled with admiration. Chung Gongxing said, matters involving Huaying Palace naturally would not be spread. But everyone in the top circles of Linzi knows about it. But before, not many people believed that she could do it. As for now, not many people believe that she can't do it. Everyone understands that it's only a matter of time. The outline of her path, which no one had ever walked before and no one had ever walked before, should be visible now. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that halberd at the Tianya stage. Jiang Wang thought, his mind surging. Chung Gongxing, however, remembered the conversation between Jiang Wuyo and Daqi empresses at the ceremony of the great masters that day. Of course, that conversation would not be spread. Jiang Wang didn't know about it, but as the legitimate son of the Chongxian clan, he naturally had his own way of hearing about it. The empress tried to have Jiang Wuyo take Jiang Wang as the emperor's son-in-law. Jiang Wuyo said that day, "Jiang Wang has the bearing of a hero, but Aken also has the ambition of a hero. This is not something ordinary people can do." At that time, even Daki empresses couldn't say the word no. Who could say that Jiang Wuyo wasn't a hero? Even Cheng Gongxing admired Jiang Wuyo very much, even though he didn't want to get involved in the fight for the throne. Yan Fu was beaten by Jiang Wuyo until he covered his head and ran away like a rat, not daring to show his face. How could it be just that he couldn't beat Jiang Wuyo? There was a poem that said, "The Jiang family has a daughter named Wuyo. Men in the world are ashamed to see her." Sometimes, when he saw Jiang Wuyo, he really felt ashamed. "I'm looking forward to the day when Empress Huaying completes the body of true martial," Jiang Wang said. "I'm just looking forward to it." Cheng Gongxing changed the topic and said meaningfully, "You only have one promise. Don't throw your whole life into it. If you become the emperor's son-in-law, no matter how talented you are, you will only dim." Jiang Wang was speechless. "I really want to open your head and see what you're thinking about every day." But when he met 14's gaze, he could only wave his hand helplessly. "You talk too much." Jiang Wang really couldn't understand how this fatty could stray from any topic. The first sentence was the body of true martial, the second the emperor's son-in-law. But what he didn't know was that someone really did mention this matter. If it wasn't for Jiang Wuyo's tough attitude, Cheng Gongxing curled his lips mysteriously. He didn't explain and asked, "You already knew something was wrong with Zhang Yong, right?" "When we were at Mount Yunwu." Jiang Wang didn't hide it, but he was a little surprised. "How did you know?" Cheng Gongxing leaned back and smiled proudly. "Just like that." Chapter 1052. Jiang Wang pondered for a moment before realizing that Cheng Gongxing had succeeded in getting information out of him. Although he didn't intend to hide it, this fatty's smug look was really asking for a beating. If not for 14's presence, the open-minded Lord Jiang shook his head and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "At that time, I was affected by his ocular technique and sympathized with him. So I didn't say anything. Now that he's dead, the influence has disappeared." Cheng Gongxing had actually felt that something was wrong with Zhang Yong long ago. He chose to stay away from him and ignore him. Qi was so big, and there were countless things happening and ending every day. He wouldn't meddle in everything. Once Cheng Gongxing decided to do something, he would usually reach a balance between time and benefit. Moreover, Zhang Yong later joined the Longevity Palace. He must have been investigated, and there was no problem that could be easily found out. Cheng Gongxing wasn't in his position, and he didn't want to find trouble for himself. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Jiang Wang's decision to remain silent. Especially now that Jiang Wang said that he was also affected by the ocular technique, there was even less to say. But he still reminded him, "Don't tell anyone else about this." "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid," Jiang Wang said confidently, but he was a little curious. "Seriously, how did you know that I knew something was wrong with Zhang Yong?" Cheng Gongxing yawned and said casually, "You know Zhang Yong's ocular technique very well, but you only talked about the process of the battle. Maybe you didn't take the time to explain, or maybe you were too relaxed in front of Jiang Wuyo. But I can tell that you know more about this battle. It's definitely not your first time facing Zhang Yong's ocular technique. Then here's the problem. Phoenix Immortal Zhang doesn't have an ocular technique inheritance. Although you're not smart enough, it's easy to find out. In other words, you already knew something was wrong with Zhang Yong." He only said a few words, and this fatty guessed most of it. Zhang Yong was right. There were too many smart people in this world. Jiang Wang thought. If he's not smart enough, then so be it. I'm not angry. It's fine as long as he can fight. He thought again. Right. Jiang Wang changed the topic. That deputy patrol inspector surnamed Yang has a very good attitude. Did you use your connections? Chum Gung Xing shook his head. I thought you wouldn't ask. Jiang Qingyang, I overestimated you. Speak human language, Jiang Wang said through gritted teeth. Hey! Chum Gung Xing scoffed. What are you going to do? Do you want to know the answer? Jiang Wang looked at him and said, Why don't we let 14th go out again? Chum Gung Xing was silent for a while. Thinking about how 14th brother had not been that reliable recently, he immediately laughed. The answer is actually very simple. Deputy Patrol Inspector Yang Weitong is a disciple of the Imperial Court Speaker Yi Xingchen. And then? Jiang Wang asked. At this moment, Chum Gung Xing was very understanding and said, Cui Zhu's name was chosen by Yi Xingchen in the Yellow River Conference. He stopped there and said, Yi Xingchen won't personally greet you when you enter the city's patrol inspector office. But as his disciple, Yang Weitong will do something. At this point, Chum Gung Xing's tone was a little sour. All along, he had been using his connections and intelligence, while Jiang Wang showed his talent and used his martial arts. The combination of the two was invincible. Now that he looked at it abruptly, his martial power had fallen behind, and Jiang Wang's relationship was a bit deep and unfathomable. The benefits of Jiang Wang's admonishment of Emperor Qi at the master's ceremony were already displayed. Those who were indebted to others would not visit them to express their gratitude. They might not even return many benefits. However, it was only human nature to lend a helping hand when they encountered each other. Today, even if Jiang Weio and Chum Gung Xing were not present, as long as there were no powerful people pushing them, Yang Weitong would watch, and not let anyone slander him. What a joke! If the person who helped his teacher was slandered while he was present, how would he face himself? Wouldn't others say that Yi Xingchen was ungrateful? Yi Xingchen would probably slap him a few times. Jiang Wang nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of the Imperial Court Speaker Yi Xingchen. This person was said to be very handsome. When he was young, he was as famous as Li Zhengshu of the Duke's residence. He was known as a rare Yi Xingchen. Jiang Wang had seen Li Zhengshu's elegance before. It was unforgettable and made him sigh in admiration. For Yi Xingchen to be as famous as Li Zhengshu, one could imagine his elegance. But speaking of Li Zhengshu, the author of the poem that Zhang Yong left on the statue seemed to be good friends with Li Zhengshu. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang hurriedly stood up and said, I'm going out. Where are you going? Chum Gung Xing asked. Jiang Wang did not even turn his head. The Duke's residence. With Chum Gung Xing's intelligence, there was no need for him to ask another word. Jiang Wang was no stranger to the Duke's residence. He was familiar with the place and quickly arrived at the Duke's residence, which had the style of the Li family. The people of the Duke's residence were also familiar with Jiang Wang. After all, he was their young master's good friend and often played together. They directly welcomed him into the courtyard and went to inform the main family. From top to bottom of city-crushing marquee mansion, there was a vigorous and resolute energy. Jiang Wang sat down in the living room. As soon as the tea was served, a kind-looking white-haired old lady walked in with a cane. Who's here? The old lady smiled. Jiang Wang hurriedly got up and did not know where to stand. Jiang Wang is really scared. How can I trouble you to welcome me? This old lady of the Li family, the mother of the Duke's residence, could be said to be one of the most powerful old ladies in Linzi. Today, she came to welcome Jiang Wang in person, which really touched Jiang Wang. When they met for the first time, this old lady gave him a stone gate grass as a gift, which made Chum Gung Xing jealous for a long time. She treated him well. It doesn't matter, the old lady said with a smile. I just wanted to see you, Qingyang. I heard that you were outstanding at the master's ceremony. I didn't see it in person, but I was very happy for you. Her impression of Jiang Wang was indeed indescribable. Jiang Wang could not be compared to Li Longchuan's other friends. For example, Gao Gao, although he was also a good child, He was inevitably a bit unrestrained. He took Li Longchuan to the red light district all day long and did not have any serious business. Jiang Wang, this child, was very upright and not bad-looking. He was affectionate and righteous and had a good reputation. He was also very promising. The most important thing was that his forehead was not high. It was really rare. Jiang Wang said with shame, "I should have come to greet you long ago. I actually got involved in mundane matters. I apologize to you here." "What are you talking about?" the old lady said angrily. "A good man's home is the world. Long Chuan is fooling around and not at home all day. I don't say anything about him. You are busy with serious business. However, unfortunately, you came to the residence to play today, but Long Chuan hasn't come back yet." The old lady said and added with a smile, "Feng Yao is also on Ice Phoenix Island." Jiang Wang felt very close and also very embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "Actually, I came today to find Long Chuan's uncle, Scholarly." Chapter 1053. Oh! After listening to Jiang Wang, the old lady took his hand and said, "Are you in trouble? Don't worry, I'll help you." She tilted her head and ordered, "Go and invite Elder Master here." Although City Crusher Marquis Li Jingyan was the patriarch, Li Zhengshu was older and his strength and status were not inferior. Therefore, when people talked about Elder Master, they were all talking about Li Zhengshu. There was another thing. Although Li Zhengshu was the eldest son of a concubine, he was not the Dowager Duchess' biological son. However, he was raised by the Dowager Duchess and had a very good relationship with her. He had never moved out of the house to live on his own. Even though he was often on duty at Donghua Pavilion and was privately called Scholar Donghua by many people, he had no intention of opening a branch of the house. Jiang Wang felt warm in his heart. Whether the old lady loved her grandson because of the house, or whether she was protecting Li Longchuan's friends, her concern was genuine. It was hard not to be moved. "No, Dowager Duchess, I'm not in trouble now. I'm fine. If I have any difficulties, I'll definitely tell you," Jiang Wang said, "but there is indeed one thing I need to tell Longchuan's uncle." Seeing Jiang Wang like this, the Dowager Duchess knew that it might not be convenient for too many people to hear this. So she said softly, "You can all leave." The living room was suddenly empty, leaving only a close maid to serve her. The Dowager Duchess of the Li family took Jiang Wang's hand and said, "Come, Qingyang, sit down and talk. Please sit down first." Jiang Wang quickly helped the old lady to sit down. He sat down next to her, but only half of her was on the table. The old lady and the young man chatted for a while, mostly about the old lady's complaints about Li Longchuan and praise for Jiang Wang. Then Li Zhengshu stepped into the living room. When he achieved God's arrival, he was already middle-aged and looked to be in his 40s. There was a saying that he deliberately suppressed his progress to not compete with his brothers and not give people a chance to gossip. He chose to break through after Li Jingyan achieved God's arrival first and secured his position as the head of the family. However, Li Zhengshu himself dismissed it as nonsense. Even though one could see the traces of time on his face, unlike Yin Guan and the other young deities who didn't look old, the age on his face still gave him a different kind of charm. His cultivation, his bearing, and his knowledge made him stand out from the rest. The name Yu Langjun was definitely not false. He was indeed a first-class handsome man in Linzi. Uncle Chongxian from Zhonggenjia was good-looking. Because he took good care of himself and lived a carefree life, he could still be considered good-looking even though he was in his 60s. But compared to Master Yu, he was not even half as good-looking. After entering the living room, Li Zhengshu first greeted old madam and then looked at Jiang Wang with a smile. "Dear Tianjiao, it's the time to be diligent. How can you have time to visit me?" The title of Donghua Scholar was never an official position. It was just a title that people used to refer to the scholars who were on duty in Donghua Pavilion. Before the emperor went to court and sat in Donghua Pavilion, he would ask some questions at any time. Their mission was to answer the emperor's questions. This was undoubtedly an honor. They didn't have to be officials in court, but they could discuss state affairs. They didn't have to be in a high position, but they could influence the emperor. Guarding Donghua Pavilion didn't limit one's position or cultivation. It only depended on one's knowledge and experience. In the early days, the Political Affairs Hall recommended the candidate. Now, the Qi Emperor picked the names himself. In recent years, Li Zhengshu guarded Donghua Pavilion the most times. It was obvious that he was favored by the emperor. Li Zhengshu was born in a top family in Qi, but he chose to travel when he became an adult. Later, he entered Qingyao Academy, one of the 4 major academies in the world, and became a famous scholar. He didn't stay in Qingyao Academy to teach. Instead, he returned to Qi. In this regard, the 4 major academies were the same as Sanqing Palace. They didn't forbid their disciples from going to other countries. Whether it was to keep a low profile or not, Li Zhengshu didn't have an official position in Qi. However, with the unofficial title of Donghua Scholar, no one dared to underestimate his influence on the court. After Li Zhengshu came in, the close servant of the Dowager Duchess also left. Li Zhengshu stood beside her to serve her. Only Li Zhengshu and the Dowager Duchess of the Li family were here. Jiang Wang didn't have to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. I went to the Imperial Ancestral Temple today and encountered something. After saying the blood poem that Zhang Yong left on the statue of Lord Zhigui, Jiang Wang said, "I heard from Su Xiangqian that you and Mr. Emoya are good friends, so I came to remind you." The friendship between Li Zhengshu and Emoya naturally went without saying. Emoya's direct disciple traveled the world and came to Linzi to try the Tianfu secret land. It was Li Zhengshu who arranged the spot. Li Longchuan and Su Xiangqian were good friends because Li Zhengshu had brought Li Longchuan to visit friends many times before this. The 2 young people knew each other for a long time. The Qi Emperor wouldn't vent his anger on Li Zhengshu because of this. However, it was normal for him to be unhappy. It was very likely to happen. If Li Zhengshu didn't know, it would be very easy for him to get into trouble. Li Zhengshu listened quietly and smiled warmly. "Uncle knows. Thank you for making this trip." In Donghua Pavilion, he had helped to pass on a message. He was in favor of Li Longchuan befriending Cheng Gengxing and Jiang Wang. Of course, at this point in time, befriending Jiang Qingyang was the right choice. However, at that time, he was just a follower of the Chongxian clan, and Cheng Gengxing's follower, who didn't have much hope. The friendship formed at that time couldn't be compared to later. Now, the Lord of Tianfu City took the initiative to befriend Jiang Wang. The son of the Northern Yamen military officer repeatedly expressed his goodwill. When he went to the patrol manor to ask questions, the deputy patrol inspector was all smiles. It wasn't that these people weren't good. However, more or less, it was related to the future that Jiang Wang showed. In the letter he wrote to Jiang Anan, he said that the people here were very kind. It was just a sentence to comfort his sister. Since he came to Qi, he had received many cold looks and faced many hostility. However, along the way, he looked around with his sword in his hand. People were indeed kind. Li Zhengshu now called himself uncle. It was obvious that he treated Jiang Wang as his own nephew. This was the Li family of Shermen. The top family of Qi, and the statue of their ancestors stood at the front of the Guardian Palace. 2 years ago, there was no such person as Jiang Wang in Qi, let alone any family background. He didn't say many words of thanks. He just casually said that it was hard. This was a friendly attitude. Jiang Wang only said, "This is what I should do." Of course, the old lady of the Li family knew that what Jiang Wang just said would cause a huge disturbance in Linzi. However, that was something that her 2 sons worried about. She didn't interfere and didn't think that she should interfere. She just held Jiang Wang's hand again and said kindly, "Good child." Chapter 1054. The news of what happened in the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the morning was immediately blocked, but it was impossible to block it, at least, it wasn't something that Ma Xiong could block. Not to mention others, there were many people in Linzi City who could get something out of him. He didn't dare to keep quiet. The first ones to know about this were naturally those who had a lot of power within the city's inspection office. People like Chung Gungsheng were closely connected to the people involved. The Li family wasn't the first to get the news, but it wasn't slow either. After Jiang Wang left for about an hour, someone came in to report. After 2 rounds of verification, it was exactly as Jiang Wang said. At that time, the Li family's old matriarch was sitting at the head of the table, leisurely drinking tea. The current Marquis of Guiqing, Li Jingyan, and Li Jingshu were discussing this matter. Ever since Li Jingyan became the head of the family, the old matriarch rarely expressed her opinion on family matters. Other than drinking tea and listening to opera, she would occasionally hit Li Longchuan with her dragon-headed walking stick. But the people below said that before Jiang Wang went to the 9th Marquis Shrine, he came from the 1st Marquis of Guiqing Shrine and had just worshipped the 1st Marquis of Guiqing. The old matriarch couldn't help but say, "What a good child." Li Jingyan and Li Jingshu looked at each other and smiled. After leaving the Li family, Jiang Wang returned to the Xiashan villa. No matter how much the situation in Linzi was changing and how many people were uneasy, one's own cultivation was the foundation of one's position. The results of the Yellow River meeting were the steps to advancement. Jiang Wang was always clear-headed. He knew what he wanted and worked hard for it. He locked himself in his room and studied the Fire World technique. He had to admit one thing. Although he had easily defeated Lei Zhanqian, it seemed that he had an overwhelming advantage. But in reality, his Fire Source Totem was far inferior to Lei Zhanqian's Thunder Source Totem. The Fire Source Totem's power wasn't enough to maintain a balance with the Samadhi True Fire. Even if the Fire World technique was constructed under his guidance, he was already doing his best to suppress the Samadhi True Fire. The difference in quality needed to be closed with quantity. Therefore, during this period of time, Jiang Wang had no choice but to allocate more cultivation time to the fire source diagram. After all, it was a powerful cultivation technique from a different world. It was not so easy to study it thoroughly. Fortunately, his fire essence totem wasn't just a fire essence totem. It had already merged with the white bone lotus to form a broiled flame bone lotus. The non-elemental star power could be transformed into any kind of power, including totem power. Only with the support of the 2 elements could he barely maintain a balance. However, if he wanted to reach the requirements of the Fire World technique as soon as possible, it was impossible for him to not put in more effort in the fire origin diagram. From day to night, time passed quickly as he cultivated. Of course, cultivation was tough. When others were dressed in fine clothes and riding horses, when others were indulging in debauchery, he was always burying his head and trekking forever, enduring loneliness and solitude, fighting against the instinct of comfort. However, being able to cultivate in peace was, in many cases, a blessing. The news of the 9th Return Marquis' Spirit Temple had already spread throughout the capital. That night in Linzi, countless people were unable to sleep. The current Emperor Qi sat in court almost every day. From Maosher to Chunshi, he sat for 4 hours a day, rain or shine. He only had 1 day of rest every 10 days. It had been 55 years since then. It could be said that he was not diligent. Under his rule, the Qi Emperor was undoubtedly the overlord of the eastern region. He looked around and his might was spread far and wide. Maosher was the start time of the morning court session. Therefore, when it was still Chunshi, most of the officials participating in the court session had already arrived. The doctors in the Political Affairs Hall had already discussed today's political affairs in advance. Even at the end of the 5th month, the sun had not risen yet. The great Linzi city lay dormant in the long night. On the vast square outside the Purple Extreme Hall, civil and military officials moved like ants from all over and slowly gathered together. Then, according to their status and rank, they silently lined up and waited for the bell to ring. In the past years, countless officials had walked through this square countless times. However, today was different. If one looked down from above, if one's line of sight was not covered by the night sky, one would be able to see. The ants gathered on the huge white stone square, regardless of status, deliberately circled around, leaving a huge blank space on the square. In the middle of the blank space was a small black dot. A small ant. When the sky gradually broke through the endless night and the world welcomed the dawn. Dang, the bell on the stargazing tower had already rung. This sound was vigorous and long, spreading throughout the 300 miles of the huge city. It made one's heart clear, mind awake, and nature clear. The great city of Lindsay woke up. 2 warriors with blades each held one side and slowly pushed open the huge door of the Purple Extreme Hall. As it was still early and the sky was not bright enough, the crimson sun pearl hanging on the dome of the Purple Extreme Hall was pouring down light. The magnificent hall was exposed to everyone's sight. The civil and military officials silently filed in. The lonely black dot on the square was still lonely. Now, the sky was gradually brightening. The world became clearer. Let one's gaze go down, let one's gaze fall again. One could see the kneeling figure on the square becoming clearer and clearer. It was a thin figure with a bare upper body. He was only wearing a single pair of pants, his long hair scattered as he knelt on the square outside the Purple Extreme Hall. Today, all the civil and military officials who came to court saw him, but none of them seemed to have seen him. No one greeted him, and no one gave him a second glance. Some were concerned, some were expectant, some were worried, some were secretly delighted, but they were all silent. The person kneeling here was the 11th Prince of Dachi, the Palace Master of the Longevity Palace, Jiang Wuqi. After taking off the fox fur coat that covered his body all year round, one would find that he was really thin. On his bare back, the segments of his spine were almost completely exposed to the air. One could only think of one word: skinny. Cough, 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 cough. The huge square was so quiet today. No one was whispering. There was only his occasional cough that could not be stopped and the cold morning wind. What a lonely cough. In the Purple Extreme Hall, everything seemed to be no different from usual. What should be done was done, and what should be argued was argued. But there was always something missing. For many people, the 4 hours of the morning court session today were incomparably difficult to endure. The civil and military officials in the Purple Extreme Hall were all pretending that nothing was wrong, but who could be completely undistracted? The Palace Master of the Longevity Palace was involved in the assassination of the Emperor. In any country or dynasty, this almost meant endless blood. In Dachi's magnificent battle for the throne, it seemed that one of the contenders was going to withdraw today. This was a major matter that involved the entire Dachi. No one could stay out of this matter. Perhaps only the Son of Heaven, who sat high up on the dragon throne, was still as calm as ever. The Emperor's heart was hard to predict. No matter what, whether it was suffering or anticipation. 4 long hours passed, and the absent-minded memorial finally came to an end. Those political opponents who were the most passionate about arguing in the past could not help but be a little less excited today. The officials who won the debate were not satisfied, and the officials who lost the debate were not depressed. The chief eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Han Ling, stood in front of the emperor and announced, "Court is dismissed." From his perspective, the civil and military officials retreated like the tide, pouring out of the Purple Extreme Hall and into the huge square, flowing in all directions. The only thing that did not change was the blank space and the black dot in the blank space. The Emperor of Dachi did not make a sound. Han Ling also seemed to have become a statue. It should not have been long, but it felt like a long time. The Emperor stood up. Han Ling opened his mouth to shout, set off, but the emperor pressed down with his hand. As the chief eunuch closest to the emperor of Deqi, Han Ling did not turn his head from beginning to end, but he had already swallowed his voice. The emperor left the dragon throne and walked down the emperor's throne. It was already 7 in the morning, the time for the morning meal. The commoners usually had breakfast at this time. The sky was already bright. The crimson sun pearl hanging in the purple extreme hall had already dimmed its light. The emperor walked out slowly. Every step seemed to be stepping on the light. When he finally walked out of the purple extreme hall and stood on the high step, there was no other figure in the huge white stone square, except for Jiang Wuqi. The shirtless, kneeling on the ground with his hair down, looking at him, his son. "This child is mine." The emperor suddenly remembered that he had said this sentence before. So his gaze fell. He first looked at the huge white stone slabs in the square in front of him, then at the knees that were close to the ground, then at the naked, thin upper body, and then at the handsome face. If it was not for the lingering illness, this face would be more outstanding. The naked Jiang Wuqi with his hair down was indescribably graceful as he knelt on the ground. The emperor looked into his eyes and then looked at the white jade in his mouth. Holding a treasure in the mouth was a funeral gift for nobles. Jiang Wuqi was indicating that he was already a dead man. Jiang Wuqi should have been a dead man a long time ago. A long time ago when he was still in his mother's womb. It was a winter night in the 38th year of the Yuanfeng era. The Qi emperor personally led the troops outside to eliminate the rebels. And Jiang Wuqi's mother, noble consort Lei, was assassinated in the palace of Deqi when she was pregnant with him. Before she died, she did everything she could to protect her belly. When the strong masters of the palace arrived, the assassin had already self-destructed. Until now they had not found out who the mastermind was. When the Qi emperor rushed back, he only saw the body of noble consort Lei and the child that was cut open. The Qi emperor said with tears, "Although my beloved consort abandoned me, she did not abandon my son." Hence the name, not abandoned. When Jiang Wuqi was still a fetus, he suffered a fatal injury. The strong master of the palace who was on duty that night risked his life to save him, saving his life. But it was only a slim chance of survival. Even if the Qi emperor had the power of heaven and earth, a congenitally deficient baby that was just cut open could not bear any of his means. Since then, the frost poison had entered his life and could not be cured by medicine. And as he grew older, the frost poison became stronger and deeper into his life. At that time, the director of the Imperial Academy of Medicine concluded that this child would not live past the age of 10. When Jiang Wuqi was 9 years old, the Qi emperor wanted to change his blood and bones and reconstruct a new body for him. Then, he would use the secret method of the royal family to remove the frost poison that had entered his life. At that time, he only asked one question: "After changing my blood and bones, will I still be the Prince of Deqi?" The answer was naturally no. No matter how much the Qi emperor loved him, he could not exchange the blood of his other children for his. Therefore, Jiang Wuqi chose to reject. He would rather die than live a mediocre life. Even if he, Jiang Wuqi, died, he wanted to die as a noble. Otherwise, why did that woman, his mother, struggle for so long in the cold night? Before he was 9 years old, he practiced martial arts to strengthen his body. After he was 9 years old, he opened his meridians to cultivate. The frost poison entered his life and would grow along with his cultivation. The stronger he was, the faster he would die. But only by becoming stronger could he have a chance to change his fate. This was a paradox. No matter what the outcome was, it should lead to death. No one felt that he could survive, but he did. Not only did he survive the calamity at the age of 10, but he also lived until today. Not only did he live until today, but he also made the emperor personally supervise the construction of the Longevity Palace for him. He became one of the few people most likely to fight for the throne of Deqi. He had struggled since birth until now. He was on the verge of collapse, as if he would die at any moment. But he was like a candle in the wind. After so many years, he was still swaying, and the light became more and more dazzling. Today, Jiang Wuqi knelt here, indicating that he was already a dead man. How could the heart of the Emperor of Deqi not have any ripples? The Emperor carried the will of the heavens and ruled over the people. He was born to be a loner. But could he really be emotionless? The expedition in the 38th year of the Yuanfeng era was the last time the Emperor personally led an expedition. Since then, he had never left Linzi City. His unpredictable heart, had he ever thought of that cold night? No courtier dared to stay in the square in front of the Purple Extreme Hall. The head eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood silently by the door of the Purple Extreme Hall. Even the sound of his breathing was drowned out, and he didn't show any sense of existence. The Emperor of Deqi walked down the high steps and walked in front of Jiang Wuqi. He reached out and took the white jade in his mouth. Jiang Wuqi grew up soaking in a medicinal pool, so he was afraid of the cold. Today, he knelt naked outside the Purple Extreme Hall, waiting for his punishment. Every gust of cold wind was more painful than a knife to him, who had frost poison in his life. But his coughing stopped before the Emperor came out. He resisted the urge to cough in front of the Emperor. Over the years, those uncontrollable coughs had become the only way for him to ease the pain. He was a strong-willed person. At this moment, he pursed his lips and didn't say a word, but tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. These tears were boiling hot. The Emperor of Deqi held the white jade in his hand and looked at him quietly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Jiang Wuqi, did you order someone to assassinate me? Did you send someone to the 9 Return Temple to taint my name?" Jiang Wuqi said with tears, "Although it wasn't done by Aken, but Aken is guilty of negligence." The Emperor said lightly, "A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The crime of negligence is not punishable by death." Jiang Wuqi supported himself with both hands on the ground and lowered his head. He choked with sobs, "Father." The Emperor of Deqi flipped his hand, "I'll accept this jade." Then, he waved his sleeves and strode away. Han Ling hurriedly followed behind. He shouted, "Set off." This voice spread far and wide in the huge square. Chapter 1055. The Purple Extreme Hall was the hall for the imperial court. The square in front of the hall was where the officials waited and gathered. Jiang Wuqi was both a son and a subject. Although no one dared to stay behind to look at Jiang Wuqi, everyone in the imperial court who was concerned about this matter had all pricked up their ears. Jiang Wuqi was similar to the emperor, but he was more benevolent than the emperor. He was the ideal ruler in many people's hearts. The only thing he had was a congenital deficiency that led to an early death. However, after living for so many years, it seemed that the early death was not very reliable. There were even many voices who thought that this was the 11th prince's way of keeping a low profile. If not for this weakness, he would be more outstanding than his siblings and would be easily targeted. How Jiang Wuqi managed to survive was not important to Cheng Gengxing. He only wanted to hear the result. No matter who became the emperor of Deqi, it would not affect the Zhonggenjia's status. For example, the Zhonggenjia only needed to be loyal to the emperor. Therefore, the only person Cheng Gengxing needed to focus on was Yonggenzuan. It was not important who became the emperor. It was very important who became the head of the Zhonggenjia family. In the time that Yonggenzuan spent in Jixia Academy, he had completed many arrangements. After the great master's ceremony, he had been busy every day and had many backup plans. However, he did not use any of them. Yonggenzuan did nothing. He did not seem to care about the fact that the businesses under his name had been split up. He also did not seem to know that Wang Yiwu had been sent to the death camp. He also did not seem to care that the winds in the family seemed to have changed. Many elders seemed to be supporting Chung Gung-shing more. After the great master's ceremony, he only had a few core subordinates. After that, he locked himself in the courtyard and focused on cultivation. Chung Gung-shing knew that his elder brother did not intend to have a showdown now. This was a sign that Yung Genzuan had placed great importance on him. Even if he borrowed the might of Tianfu to suppress Linzi, he did not think about directly suppressing Chung Gung-shing. Instead, he planned to wait until after the Battle of the Yellow River. He wanted to use his illustrious reputation at the Battle of the Yellow River to come back and crush the eggs on a high mountain. Of course, this was another kind of confidence. Yung Genzuan was confident that he would gain something during the Yellow River meeting. On the whole, he was a righteous master, which made Chung Gung-shing's methods seem ridiculous. What Chung Gung-shing should have done and could have done when Yung Genzuan was locked up in Jixia Academy. Now that Yung Genzuan was not involved and was cultivating in seclusion, it was as if he was still in Jixia Academy. On the contrary, Chung Gung-shing did not know where to start. But how could it be as if he was still in Jixia Academy? At that time, no one knew how far Yung Genzuan could go in a year's time. But now, everyone knew that he was the outer sect of the Heaven's Sanctum, suppressing his peers and truly living up to the saying of stealing the glory of his peers. He did not need to do anything, and many things were already different, for example, those family elders who were wavering, and even his grandfather, Chongxian Yunbo himself. Although the old Marquis of Chongxian would not make a clear statement, ever since Yung Genzuan defeated the three Tianjiao at the master's ceremony, his smile had obviously increased. During this period, Chung Gung-shing could not be bothered to go to Marquis Boing's residence again. He might as well cultivate in the Sunset Mountain residence every day keep an eye on Jiang Wang's cultivation. In his own words, in terms of cultivation, he could not compete with Yung Genzuan no matter how hard he tried, and he did not want to waste too much time. Now all his hopes of becoming the son of 1,000 kilograms were pinned on Jiang Qingyang, who was famous throughout Qi. He had to fight for first place in the Yellow River meeting. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Wang never needed supervision. However, he would occasionally come out for a walk or two to relax his body and mind or eat some snacks. Originally, he did not eat snacks, but in order to buy delicious food for Jiang Anan, he often heard that something was delicious, so he would try it first. Gradually, it became a habit. Every time this happened, Chung Gung-shing would punctually jump out. The Sea tribe has not been exterminated. How can you do it? Apu. It was, you have not become the number one in the world, Jiang Qingyang. How dare you slack off? How can you face your sister, your big brother Sheng, and the thousands of people in Linzi who believe in you? Jiang Wang could only go back silently. Morning class, evening class, famous scholars' downfall, revenge, fire world technique. In any case, time passed densely, moving forward inch by inch. It was as if the terrifying storm caused by Cui Ju and Zhang Yong had left. As a participant of the Yellow River meeting, he indeed had the right to stay away from the political storm. The huge shadow hidden under the water seemed to have nothing to do with him for a short period of time. 3 days after the great master's ceremony, after burning incense and bathing today, he could go to the hot spring palace for a heavenly bath tomorrow, and in 2 days, he would go to the general appointment stage to receive guidance from the experts. Then, he would go and choose a suitable imperial secret technique. Of course, the focus was on ocular technique. In short, what followed was a period of rapid development of his strength, and every step of his strength was traceable. He had no reason not to seize the opportunity. Chung Gung-shing said that there was no need to cultivate anymore, and that he could not catch up to his cousin no matter what, but in reality, he was starting to put his fat life on the line. In terms of management, he had already done his best for now. The only way to close the gap now was to cultivate. Naturally, he would not give up. Of course, he was still unwilling to accept Jiang Wang's guidance, especially in the great illusionary land. He sparred with number 14 every day. He was very serious, and number 14 was also very meticulous. However, in Jiang Wang's opinion it was, I don't know what's the point of sparring. It's like flirting. Ha 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 ha. Chung Gongxing would only laugh maniacally. After the third time of burning incense and bathing, Jiang Wang felt refreshed at the thought of finally getting rid of those pink petals. He put on a brand new martial arts suit and even went to check on Chung Gongxing's cultivation. Actually, it was just to get some fresh air and to find an opportunity to spar with Chung Gongxing. Chung Gongxing kept manipulating Chongshuan's secret technique, while occasionally arguing with Jiang Wang. At this moment, a shadow guard anxiously landed in the courtyard. Now, these shadow guards basically no longer avoided talking to Jiang Wang. They all knew about the relationship between Jiang Wang and their young master. Therefore, the moment he landed, he said, "We just received news that the army of death in spring left the Xia kingdom and crossed 100 miles in one day. Wang Yiwu from the death row prisoner camp bravely led the charge and killed Hua Fangyu, the general of the Xia kingdom's Sword Peak Mountain. His news of victory has already been sent back to Linzi." The name Wang Yiwu, it had been a long time since he last saw it. As usual, the moment he appeared it caused great waves. In this incident, Hua Fangyu was a long-established member of the magical power's outer tower in the Xia kingdom, while Wang Yiwu was only at the inner mansion level. This battle record was quite eye-catching. It was precisely because he knew that Wang Yiwu and his young master almost fought to the death that the Shadow Guard's voice was so agitated. The enemy's fortune was his misfortune. However, Chung Gongxing was very calm. He smiled and asked, "What was written in the news?" He wouldn't be so stupid as to write Wang Yiwu is the inner mansion level 1 in Qi, right? There was no need to talk about the conflict between him and Wang Yiwu. He could still joke at this time. He had really developed tolerance. However, the Shadow Guard said, there was only one sentence in the news. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at his young master. To congratulate Yung Genzuan on the divine prefecture. Chapter 1056. Wang Yiwu was supporting Yung Genzuan in his own way. He couldn't leave the death row camp and go back to Linzi. But he wanted to let the people of Linzi know that Wang Yiwu still existed in this world. He told Linzi about Hua Fangyu's achievement with the formation slaying technique that Qi ranked first in the internal mansion. He even used this one-sentence report to build support for Yung Genzuan. The Prefecture of Heaven was the number 1 prefecture in the world. Jiang Wang wasn't good enough, and Chung Gongxing was even worse. Chung Gongxing was dazed for a moment. Then he grinned and said, "Very good." As for Jiang Wang, he wasn't surprised by Wang Yiwu's achievement. He had never doubted Wang Yiwu's strength and talent. The fact that Wang Yiwu was the number 1 reaching heaven state in history was already a milestone. He was undefeatable in the army. That was a real achievement, not a boast. The weapon grandmaster's theurgy was called, the general of 10,000 armies, the ferocious beast in the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of glory he would shine after being honed on the battlefield. No one would deny Wang Yiwu's future. The outcome of the next battle was still unknown before the battle. Of course, Jiang Wang had enough confidence in himself. No matter how strong Wang Yiwu was, since he had already surpassed him. He had suppressed him once, he would suppress him for life. The only thing that surprised him was the background of Wang Yiwu's achievement. The army of death in spring had marched out of the Xia and traveled 100 miles in one day. The Xia had retreated to the south after losing the war. It didn't share a border with the Qi now. There was a large area in the middle, with a few small countries as a buffer. Why was there such a battle? Why could the army of death in spring attack the Xia all of a sudden? Why could Wang Yiwu break through the defense line of the Sword Peak Mountain and kill Hua Fangyu, the general of the Xia. Did you know that there would be a war? Jiang Wang asked Cheng Gengxing. From his point of view, the fact that this person could ask about the victory report with a smile meant that he must have expected it. However, Cheng Gengxing shook his head. How could I have known? I'm just not surprised that His Majesty would make such a move. This is what His Majesty would do. He sighed and said, the boldness of the current emperor really surpasses the 4 Cs. The human body had 4 Cs, namely the spine C, the torso C, the limbs C, and the head C. They were also known as the heavenly passage C, the 5 prefectures C, the hidden star C, and the primordial spirit C. Cultivators often used their physical bodies to reflect the world. People often use the term 4 Cs to refer to the world. Jiang Wang himself was still imagining what the behind-the-scenes force, which had launched the 2 major events of Cui Ju's assassination of the emperor and Zhang Yong's crying temple, would do next. He was still feeling uneasy about the treacherous situation in Qi, as if a storm was coming. He was still guessing how Tianzi would react. How would he cleanse the court? How would he avoid harming too many innocents and losing 800 of his own people? As for Emperor Qi, he had already made his choice. It was only the 3rd day after the master's ceremony, and also the 3rd day after Cui Ju's assassination of the emperor. The mobilization of the army of Spring Death could not have started today. This meant that when Cui Ju assassinated Emperor Qi and shouted, Shenwu's 31st year, the day Cui Ju assassinated Jiang Shu, Emperor Qi had already made a very decisive response. As for Cui Ju assassinated the emperor, as for Zhang Yong's crying temple, as for the next move of the behind-the-scenes force, as well as the various actions that they might lead, Emperor Qi's response was very simple. War. An extremely powerful and domineering war. Using an unquestionable victory to crush all dissatisfaction, sweep away all conspiracies, and suppress both domestic and foreign. Cui Ju assassinated the emperor was nothing more than to prove that Qi's situation was unstable. A national war to show the world whether Qi was stable or not. Zhang Yong's crying temple was nothing more than to prove that Qi mistreated its meritorious subjects and caused the emperor and his subjects to be at odds with each other. A national war to show the world whether Qi was loyal to the emperor and his subjects. Emperor Qi did not care about what the hidden force wanted to do. He would definitely not be led by the nose by the hidden force and fall into a myriad of suspicions and investigations. He let the patrol office investigate the case and let the night watchman provide military support. However, his real move was the army of Spring Death. Since he publicly announced that an assassin from Xia had come to assassinate Emperor Qi, then he would attack Xia. That morning, Cheng Gengxing said that it was not important whether the assassin was from Xia or not. So that was what he meant. It was not important what the assassin said. It was also not important whether Xia recognized him or not. The most important thing was whether Emperor Qi believed that the assassin was from Xia or not. With the strength of Qi today, it was indeed as Jiang Wang had said when he faced the eastern region. Touch me and you will die. There was not much meaning in starting a war in the eastern region. It could easily cause panic among the countries and destroy Qi's long-term plans in the eastern region. Attacking Xia was different. Firstly, there was a good reason to attack. There was already a national hatred between Qi and Xia. After Xia changed its name to Shenwu, its era name had not changed. This meant that the desire to fight and avenge the humiliation had never disappeared. And this time, there was an assassin from Xia who openly assassinated Master Qi during his ceremony. It was a good reason to attack. Secondly, Xia was a big country in the southern region. Attacking a country of this level could show Qi's strength. As the saying went, killing a chicken to warn the monkey. Killing an egg would definitely not work. Killing a monkey would be very effective. Emperor Qi did not foresee that the crying shrine of Zhang Yong would happen. However, there was no doubt that his response had erased the impact of this incident. This was the Emperor's plan. It was a scheme that could topple mountains. All conspiracies, hostility, ambition, resistance. The toppling of mountains would destroy everything. Looking back, what could this incident prove? The army of Spring Death was said to be able to cross 100 miles in a day. Of course, the army of Spring Death was an elite force that was second only to Tian Futian. However, it was impossible for them to fight in a day and night. From Qi to Xia, at least the various forces in the buffer zone between them needed time to coordinate. It was impossible for them to destroy all the small countries on the way just to slap Xia. If they had to do that, Xia would have made preparations in advance. Lianjing and Mu were both options. How long would it take to coordinate these small countries and allow the army to pass through? 2 or 3 months? Half a year? Qi's military hall gave the answer: 2 days. Wherever the army of Spring Death went, the small countries all made way. It was as if Qi's army was strolling around their borders, as if it was their own courtyard. They used 2 days to open up a path for the army and rush to Xia's border. Then, they used 1 day to cross 100 miles and take down the Sword Peak Mountain. In particular, the Sword Peak Mountain had an important historical significance. This was a famous mountain in Xia's territory. It was once the farthest place that Su had reached when they expanded southwest. Qi used his unparalleled army to announce one thing to the eastern region and the world. Today, Qi's strength was not inferior to old Yang's. Jiang Wang could not help but sigh. This is the son of Emperor Qi. When this sun was placed, the situation was already set. Not only was the situation already set, but the chessboard was also shattered by this piece. Chapter 1057. To be able to complete the task within 2 days, it was enough to show that the small countries between Qi and Xia had already been subdued by Qi. Whether they were willing or not, they could not resist any of Qi's decisions. It was probably no different from Yang, waiting for Qi to decide in one battle, or to keep it as a source of meridian unlocking elixirs. However, it was an expedition after all, and Qi only sent out Qi Jiufeng's army. It was not realistic to say that they wanted to destroy Xia in one battle. However, just the matter of conquering Sword Peak Mountain was already of great political significance. Not to mention, this battle could easily suppress the domestic situation and quell the unrest that had been planned for a long time. All that was left was to wait for the blue metal to slowly find out who was hiding in the dark. Cheng Gongxing said, "Uncle said that Xia has been restless all these years, and there will definitely be a battle between Qi and Xia. We did not expect this battle to come so early. This may not be the best time, but it seems like it is the right time. As for whether it can really achieve the effect of beating Xia, we will have to see how this battle turns out." Chongxian Chuliang often discussed military strategies with Cheng Gongxing. It could be said that Cheng Gongxing's military skills were all passed down from Xiong Tuesday. As one of the top generals in Qi, Xiong Tu's sense of war was naturally not bad. Therefore, Qi Jiufeng's move had a third purpose: to beat Xia, curb their restless ambitions, and re-establish the political situation between Qi and Xia. However, it was definitely not enough to kill Hua Fangyu, who was in the outer level of supernatural powers. They had to defend Sword Peak Mountain. Let's return to this great battle. Although Xia had lost its prestige when it was competing with Qi, it was still one of the few big countries in the southern region. It competed with Wei in the east of the southern region, and both had their wins and losses. Of course, it could not be compared to Chu, which had almost unified half of the southern region, but it was definitely not comparable to Yang, whose ancestral temple had collapsed. Spring Death was De Qi's second most elite army, and they had 100,000 soldiers. It was impossible for all of them to invade Xia at once. Therefore, only a vanguard army broke through the Sword Peak Mountain and broke through the Sword Peak Mountain. And Wang Yiwu's death row prison camp led by Sword Peak Mountain. Wang Yiwu, who was in the inner mansion realm, could kill Huafangyu. This was already Tianjiao's performance. However, he could not defend Sword Peak Mountain under the counterattack of Xia's army. How could he do this? Could the reinforcements of the Spring Death Army? Jiang Wang couldn't figure it out and lacked information. He could only say, "Let's wait and see." That day, he continued to cultivate. For ordinary people, an ordinary day. For those who worked hard, it was like 12 hours of hard work had passed. The atmosphere in Linzi had changed so quickly. Just a day ago, everyone was still in a state of panic. Everyone was secretly hiding in a corner, discussing who would be the unlucky one and who would benefit from it. But today, everyone was discussing the front lines. Cui Ju assassinated the emperor, Zhang Yong cried in the temple. Previously, people were confused and uneasy. But now, it has almost been ignored by people. How can the weak Xia fight against the Qi? We must capture the Xia emperor in the imperial ancestral temple. That might not be the case. The army will probably go over and slap him. How dare you assassinate the emperor? We will repay you with blood. Linzi City was surging with such words. Everyone was paying attention to the war between Qi and Xia after 31 years. Most of the Qi people were filled with confidence. Qi's political situation was unstable? A mere Cui Zhu could not even take 100 steps in front of Emperor Qi. The Qi emperor mistreated the descendants of his officials? How did the descendants of the 9 returned marquis lose their hereditary title? The history books remembered it clearly. When it happened, there were many discussions, and no one cared about that. However, when something more important happened, it was much simpler to turn back and calm the discussion. With Chum Gongxing's background, he was one of the first to receive the news. Jiang Wang finally knew how the vanguard of the Spring Death Army managed to defend the Sword Peak Mountain. De Qi's military god, Jiang Mengxiong, in the 6th hour after Wang Yiwu killed the Xia Kingdom's general, Huafangyu, and broke through the Sword Peak Mountain, the Xia Kingdom's side had failed several times in their attacks and urgently mobilized the experts in the army to counterattack. De Qi's military god, Jiang Mengxiong, climbed to the top of the Sword Peak Mountain. He punched the west side of the Sword Peak Mountain. He looked at the Xia capital and said, "Emperor Qi is in the east. Why do you have to travel so far? I am waiting here today. Assassinate me." Then, he faced the siege of a perfected cultivator and 5 perfected cultivators of Xia alone and killed one of them. Blood rained from the sky. It was sad for the perfected cultivators. The loss of a perfected cultivator was extremely great. In the war that took place in the western region, the death of Taoist Master Han Yin almost signaled the end of the war. Although Xia country was much stronger than Zhuangyong, it could not bear such a loss. The experts of Xia country who surrounded Jiang Mengxiong had no choice but to retreat. They began to mobilize their army in an attempt to kill perfected cultivator Jiang Mengxiong. However, during this period of time, the main forces of the army of Spring Death had already arrived. Of course, there were also people who angrily accused Xia country of not knowing that Cui Ju had assassinated Emperor Qi. They said, "Xia country is a great country. How can it be based on an assassination?" They said something else. When it comes to assassinations in the Xia kingdom, they wouldn't send a mere inner palace. They also said, "Qi is the overlord of the East. How can it be based on a one-sided story?" Jiang Mengxiong only replied with one sentence, "I came here today not to ask about anything else. Kill yourself." De Qi's attitude was very clear. De Qi did not need to prove whether Cui Ju was an assassin of Xia country. However, Xia country needed to prove that Cui Ju was not an assassin of Xia country. However, these things had nothing to do with Jiang Wang for the time being. because the 3 days of burning incense had passed, it was time to go to the hot spring palace. There were many legends within the 300-li radius of Linzi city. There were all kinds of rumors. They all had different origins. Some of them were quite believable, while some of them were pure nonsense. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a cold pool where Linzi was located. It was bone-chilling and would freeze anyone who touched it. At that time, there were experts fighting in the sky. They broke the sky and blood dripped into the cold pool. This cold pool turned into a hot spring. People called it Heavenly Spring. It was said that one could expect to reach the divine realm after bathing in this spring. Of course, Jiang Wang knew that the so-called Heavenly Spring in the Hot Spring Palace was actually made by Qi's Imperial Institute of Medicine with many top-grade herbs and a secret method. Coupled with the hot spring, it indeed had some spiritual energy. It was not a complete transformation, but it was quite effective in nourishing one's body. As for the Heavenly Spring and Immortal Arrival, those who were not members of the royal family who were allowed to Heavenly Spring were all Immortal Arrival. Among the 3 people who came to the Hot Spring Palace this time, Ji Zhaonan had been in Immortal Arrival for a long time. Chapter 1058. The Hot Spring Palace was located on the east side of the Qi Imperial Palace. Under normal circumstances, only members of the imperial family could enjoy themselves there. Ever since the current emperor took over, half of the pool had been set aside as a reward for meritorious subjects. The celestial bath, that the 3 people who participated in the Yellow River gathering enjoyed, was the highest grade of spring in the entire Hot Spring Palace. Needless to say, the herbs used were even more expensive. Fortunately, the celestial bath was separated into 3 pools. The effects of the medicine prescribed by the Imperial Academy of Medicine would be different for people of different cultivation levels and constitutions. The medicine had to be tailored to the person. Otherwise, with Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan, it would really be a little awkward. The 3 of them met outside the Hot Spring Palace early on Tianjiao. None of them had much to say to each other. Jiang Wang and Ji Zhaonan were not familiar with each other. They nodded to each other in greeting and had nothing else to say. As for Yung Genzuan, they would have to fight each other sooner or later. After understanding what had happened during his advanced studies at Jixia Academy, Zhong Xuanzuan was not as aggressive when they met again, but he was not as friendly as before. As for Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan, they did not seem to get along. They pretended that the other did not exist. The only good thing was that the 3 of them were able to remain calm. They each stood still, and they could cultivate while standing there. It was not that difficult. When the Hot Spring Palace's eunuch came over and led them away, Jiang Wang felt more at ease. There was nothing romantic about the celestial bath. The eunuch led Jiang Wang to a pool made of green jade and left after bowing. There was an old man with a white beard beside the pool. He sat behind a long table and waited. He seemed to have a swift and decisive personality. When he saw Jiang Wang, he opened his needle bag and said, "Take a drop of the goat boy's blood." The needle bag was filled with needles of different lengths and colors. It was unknown what those colorful needles were used for. Just looking at them made one feel a chill run down one's spine. However, Jiang Wang knew about the process of taking blood. The eunuch had already told him the procedure. The imperial physician wanted to check his blood and then concoct a suitable medicine according to his physical condition. For the past 3 days, Jiang Wang had been burning incense and bathing in the Xiashan villa. In fact, he had also soaked in medicinal liquid, but naturally, it was far from comparable to the conditions in the Hot Spring Palace. At best, it could only be considered a warm-up. Since they were already here, Jiang Wang didn't say anything. He sat opposite the old man and stretched out his right hand. The old man grabbed his hand with his dry and cold left hand, while his right hand hovered above the needle bag, as if he was hesitating about which needle to use. He began to chat casually. I heard that a man from Qingyang town beat up an injured patient in the Imperial Hospital a few days ago? Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he realize that the old man's grip was quite strong. He tried to pull his hand back, but it didn't budge. How could I? Jiang Wang forced a smile and said, I just went to see my friend to express my condolences. The old man raised his eyelids. Oh, your friend? Yes, yes. Jiang Wang broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the old mister take out a red needle that was a foot long from the needle bag. God knew how such a long needle could be taken out from that needle bag that could be seen at a glance. A drop of blood, right? Lord Jiang confirmed again. The white-bearded old man stared at his hand, as if looking for the position of the needle. He didn't raise his head. How do you define a drop? Jiang Wang, I was wrong. Jiang Wang apologized honestly. I won't cause trouble in the Imperial Hospital in the future. I promise you. Tisk. The white-bearded old man said, What are you nervous about? I'm already so old. Do you think I'll bully children like you? The red needle, which was about a foot long, lightly touched Jiang Wang's finger. He didn't even feel any pain as it disappeared from the old man's hand. Not even feeling any pain was the most terrifying thing. With Jiang Wang's current cultivation, he didn't feel anything when Jiang Wang took a drop of his blood while he was watching with his own eyes. This kind of strength was very thought-provoking. The old man loosened his grip, and Jiang Wang silently retracted his hand. He couldn't help but ask, Old sir, what's your surname? The old man shot him a glance. What, you want to go back and gather your scoundrel friends to block this old man's door? Are young people these days so ruthless? I'm already so old. How could I? Jiang Wang wiped his sweat. I just think that old sir's medical skills are brilliant, so I want to form a good relationship with you. The white-bearded old man took out a medicine box from somewhere and placed it on the long table. After opening it, he began to take out different medicinal powders and put them into a green jade bowl. He said, Oh, my surname is Lei. Jiang Wang stood up with a whoosh. He was wondering why this old man wanted to vent his anger for Master Lei. They were a family. How could this be? He had to change the imperial physician. I'm lying. The old man smiled like a child. My surname is Wen. Oh, imperial physician Wen. Jiang Wang's anxious heart was slightly relieved. The old man narrowed his eyes and mixed the medicinal powders. He asked casually, You don't know many people with this surname of mine, right? Not many. Jiang Wang said honestly, I only know a young lady with the surname Wen. The old man shook the jade bowl in his hand and said lightly, Wendinglan, you have to call me third grandfather. That's easy to talk to. Jiang Wang was delighted and smiled. Actually, we have some connections. He originally wanted to say how close he was to Yen Fu, and Yen Fu was Wendinglan's fiancée. They were considered family. But old Dr. Wen suddenly said fiercely, I have a needle that can make a person impotent for 10 years. In the future, if anyone dares to make my Ting Lan unhappy, I must let him try it. Jiang Wang silently closed his mouth. That's right, you said we have some connections? Old Dr. Wen asked. Jiang Wang smiled. What I'm saying is that from now on we can be considered to be related. Today, to be able to meet Divine Physician Wen and see your wonderful medical skills, Jiang Wang is really fortunate. Old Dr. Wen pointed at him with his index finger and said with a smile, This child speaks honestly. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Wang thought. But he smiled and said, Speaking honestly is being a sincere person. Old Dr. Wen had already mixed the medicinal powders. With a flip of his finger, the red needle that was 1 foot long jumped out and hung above the jade bowl. A drop of red blood dripped into the green jade bowl. When it came into contact with the medicinal powders, it instantly turned into a bowl of milky white medicinal liquid. It was actually fragrant. Old Dr. Wen casually threw the green jade bowl in the direction of the bathing pool. This jade bowl hung above the green jade pool, and the milky white medicinal liquid fell down like a waterfall, mixing with the hot spring water in the green jade pool. It became clear and translucent, and that fragrance also became faintly discernible, faintly discernible. Old Dr. Wen waved his hand to collect the jade bowl and close the medicine box. He stood up and said, "All right, go and enjoy your heavenly bath." Jiang Wang let out a sigh of relief and was about to enter the green jade pool. Old Dr. Wen suddenly turned his head and said, "Don't worry, I didn't add any impotence medicine." Then he swaggered away. This time he really left. Only Lord Jiang stood by the green jade pool. His mood was in a mess. For a moment, he didn't know whether to go down or not. Chapter 1059. In the end, Tianyu took a bath. It seemed that the Qi Emperor had said that it would be a reward and not a recruitment of a talent at the last minute. That old imperial physician had a mischievous attitude. Jiang Wang sympathized with Yen Fu. He did not know what kind of person Wen Yenyu was, but Wendingland's third grandpa was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, it was Wendingland herself who had gone to look for him. If it had been Imperial Physician Wen, he panicked at the thought of it. The effects of Tianyu were very good. Specifically, his physique had been strengthened by the Four Spirits body tempering technique and the Sherman grass by more than 20%. Apart from that, his 5 elemental energies seemed to have improved, but not by much. Jiang Wang was only able to notice it because he had a fine control over the fire element. These effects were the best that Jiang Wang could achieve with his current cultivation and physique. After all, he had used the best batch of medicines from the National Treasury and had been tailor-made by the experts in the Imperial Physician Hospital. Of course, he had used rare treasures that could only be found by chance. The Qi Emperor had given his full support to Tianjiao's participation in the Battle of the Yellow River. Jiang Wang believed that the members of the imperial family had to use Tianyu to strengthen their foundations before they attained the god's arrival and obtained the golden body jade essence. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that they could attain the god's arrival after Tianyu. When he left the hot spring palace, he did not see Ji Zhaonan or Yonggenzuan. He did not know if they were still soaking or had left. As he walked out of the palace, Jiang Wang felt his body brimming with energy in the breeze. This feeling of growing stronger was intoxicating. All this time, he had relied on his outstanding combat talent and powerful abilities to win one battle after another. However, there were too many things that he needed to improve his foundation. He had been cultivating diligently and had already reached the limit of what he could do. However, there were still many areas that required the support of resources. For example, this Tianyu in short, the period before the Yellow River meeting, was the process of Jiang Wang constantly improving his foundation and improving himself. In another 2 days, he would go to the general appointment platform to cultivate for 5 days. He wondered which powerhouse would give him pointers. Jiang Wang thought about it and decided to choose the dynasty secret method that the emperor had given him. Go and pick one that you can use. You can familiarize yourself with it in these 2 days. If there is anything wrong with your cultivation, you can ask the experts sent by the emperor to give you pointers. This was a rational use of resources. The National Treasury was located in the east of the city, and it was near the North Gate in the east. This door was also known as the Society Door. It was the first gate from the north to the south. The gates of Kismet were 2 of the most special city gates out of the 108 city gates of Linzi City. She is the god of earth, Ji is the god of grain. All living things were carried by the earth, and the people were fed by grain. Outside the Jixiao Academy was Jixiao Academy, a place to nurture talents for the country. Inside the gate was the Qi's treasury. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was Qi's most important place. Apart from the fact that there were treasury guards, this was also the place that the 9 soldiers, who were on duty around the capital, paid the most attention to. The society door was located in the east of Linzi, facing the ocean. De Qi's treasury faced the ocean, which showed their determination to protect the ocean. Just as Emperor Wu of Qi once said, "But if the enemy comes from the ocean, the treasury will be destroyed before we die." What heroic words! After leaving the hot spring palace, Jiang Wang went to the treasury alone. This was a city within a city. It was built with high walls and was airtight. He sent a message to the guards and verified his identity. He was allowed to enter the first gate and wait. Yes, he still needed someone from the ceremony directorate to bring him into the technique library. When he was given the title of male in Qingyang town, he was also given a low-grade A-grade secret method, jealousy fire. It was quite useful. Of course, it could not keep up with Jiang Wang's combat level. However, the secret method of the dynasty was one of the top secret methods in the treasury. Most of the secret methods in the treasury were obtained from Qi's conquest of the world. Some of them were collected by the sects, and some were given as tributes. Of course, most of them were plundered. Among these gains, only the gains from conquering the country could be listed as a secret method of the dynasty. Of course, the secret methods that Qi cultivators had accumulated over the generations were also the core. Han Ling said that he would look for him when he made up his mind. He said that he would wait for him with incense. But it was just a formality, so it was fine to just listen to it. Han Ling was the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, the head of the internal officials. How could he personally accompany them to choose the secret method? Therefore, Jiang Wang waited here. The ceremony directorate would send a eunuch who was qualified to lead the way into the treasury to verify his identity. Even if Jiang Wang was Tianjiao, a fourth-grade blue medal, and a male in Qingyang town, he still had to wait. He did not even have a place to sit. He could only wait between the first and second door. The guards of the treasury would not be friendly with him. They were all stone-faced and did not even make eye contact. Fortunately, Jiang Wang was used to cultivating anywhere. It was good that no one paid attention to him. He found a place to stand and continued to deduce the fire world technique. After coming out of the hot spring palace, Yonggenzuan got into the big sedan chair waiting outside the palace. He actually preferred to walk on the street with his sleeves fluttering. However, he was too famous after the battle at the master's ceremony. Now, he was surrounded by people wherever he went. The effect of the heavenly bath was not as good as he thought. When he was in the 5 flares of Tianfu, he had already strengthened what he needed. If he wanted to improve further, he could only rely on the starlight of the Starlight Sacred Tower. As for the so-called secret methods of the dynasty and the artifacts in the emperor's treasury, they were not very meaningful to him. He had already developed enough of the 5 divine powers. He also had top-level secret method. He did not need to be distracted by other secret method. As for artifacts, he did not care about the artifacts in the emperor's treasury. The artifacts in the emperor's secret treasury were more suitable, but it was impossible. Therefore, he took the initiative to lower the level. According to his father's request, he chose 2 artifacts in the inner mansion realm and let his father show them off. Speaking of which, this time, he broke through the outer mansion realm with the cultivation of the inner mansion realm. It was as he had expected. There were no mistakes. However, he did not gain as much as he had imagined. The most important thing was that his cousin's close friend, Jiang Qingyang, had stolen a lot of the limelight at the master's ceremony with the cultivation of the 3-mansion realm. He imagined that he would be crushed by a mountain as soon as he came out, and his chubby younger brother would obediently move away, but that did not happen. Many people seemed to think that Cheng Gongxing, who had Jiang Qingyang's support, could compete with him. Of course, what he did not expect the most was Wang Yiwu had lost so miserably. It was as if Wang Yiwu had lost everything he had as soon as he entered the academy. Wang Yiwu himself was so miserable that he had to rely on the war god to save him. Oh, it should not be said that he had lost everything. Just as his old father said, fortunately, your father helped you look after it. Yes, Chongxian Mingguang had indeed kept some of his businesses. However, they were all Yonggenzuan's core businesses that could not be plundered. The people in charge were all loyal to Yonggenzuan. They would never surrender to the opponent. Chung Gongxing had given Chongxian Mingguang with a big stroke of the pen. Uncle Chongxian Mingguang had taken over his son's businesses. That was right and proper. Therefore, he had almost lost everything now. When he thought of this, even Yonggenzuan, who had been praised as the magnificent Prince of Linzi, could not help but press his forehead. He had a headache. Chapter 1060. The sky was about to turn dark when Qiu Ji got off the sedan chair. Holding a brocade box, he hurriedly walked towards the treasury. After waiting for the guards outside the first door to verify his identity, he hurried a few steps and walked into the inner room. He began to apologize from afar. Lord Jiang, I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. I was in the palace asking for orders and documents and wasted a lot of time before I could rush over. He was one of the 8 eunuchs in charge of the ceremony directorate. His position in the palace was not inferior to the other 8 eunuchs. Only then did he have the qualifications to obtain the key to the treasury. Although he couldn't be compared to head eunuch Han Ling, he was still one of the higher-ups among the internal officials. He apologized as soon as he saw him and explained the reason for his late arrival in a few words. It was very typical of his style of doing things. Logically speaking, the system of internal officials had nothing to do with external officials. He didn't need to be so polite to a 4th-rank blue medal. However, the title of Tianjiao of the nation was hard to say. It was possible for him to reach any position in the future. The treasury guards guarding the door were used to this and kept whatever thoughts they had to the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Wang withdrew from his visualization of the fire world technique. He didn't have the impatience of waiting an entire afternoon. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I know that some rules take a lot of time to follow." The internal official who appeared in front of him was a bit thin, but his facial features were gentle and his complexion was ruddy. His cultivation should be good, and his position in the palace shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Wang didn't impolitely size him up. After a glance, he calmly met the other person's eyes. "It's great that you can understand." Qiu Ji smiled and said, "Then let's go in. We won't delay your cultivation." "After you," Jiang Wang said politely. Speaking of which, Qiu Ji had seen many high-ranking officials, nobles, and disciples of famous families. However, it was rare to see someone like Jiang Wang who was neither arrogant nor impatient. He could see that the other person didn't have to be gentle because of his low birth. On the contrary, he had a certain confidence, as if he was ready to welcome anything at any time. That was why he could be so calm. As the eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate, he had many opportunities to go out of the palace. Among the people he had met, there were also those who came from poor backgrounds but became famous overnight. Each one of them wanted to prove themselves more than the other, especially those who could not bear to be slighted. Jiang Qingyang was really different. However, these thoughts were only in Qiu Ji's mind. After Qiu Ji arrived, he took out the seal and verified his identity. Only then could the second door of the National Treasury be opened. However, he didn't see any gatekeepers. He didn't know where they were hiding. Following behind Qiu Ji, they saw an iron wall. On the wall, there were carvings of all kinds of strange beasts. There were alleys and corners on both sides. They kept to the left. Qiu Ji held half of the token in the brocade box, and the other half was in the hands of the warden of the Library of Arts. They had to rely on the document issued by the ceremony directorate to move it. This was also the reason why Qiu Ji said that requesting the token and document took a lot of time. Jiang Wang followed behind the eunuch, allowing him to deal with all kinds of inspections. In short, it was very complicated and confusing. Finally, they arrived at the corresponding door of the library. After Qiu Ji matched the token of the warden of the library, the door of the library slowly opened. It was not as tall and grand as they imagined. There were only rows of stone shelves with books of all kinds of materials. Of course, there were also some jade slips, bamboo slips, and the like. They were arranged neatly according to their categories. There was no dust. The collections here were regularly maintained, replaced, and supplemented. The large and small protective formations here were enough to ensure that they would be preserved for a long time. This is the library of the inner mansion level. Qiu Ji introduced. You can choose from here. The warden of the library was wrapped in armor. Other than his eyes, nothing else could be seen. He didn't speak either. He just followed behind Qiu Ji and Jiang Wang silently. It seemed that he was purely supervising them. It was good to choose freely, but there were too many choices. It was enough to make one dizzy. Jiang Wang looked around for a while, but did not see the type of secret art he wanted. Qiu Ji stood to the side and suddenly smiled. Before I came, I had a little understanding of the techniques here. If Lord Jiangju believes me, you can tell me your request. That would be great. Of course I believe in you. Jiang Wang had no reason to refuse. He immediately said sincerely, I want an eye technique. Qiu Ji smiled and walked forward without hesitation. He stopped in front of the 27th row of bookshelves and said, These are all inner mansion level eye techniques. Jiang Wang followed him to take a look. The row of stone bookshelves was indeed filled with all kinds of eye technique manuals. Whether it was the books or the jade slips, they were not allowed to be flipped through directly. For many cultivators, once they had seen it, they had learned it. However, there was a wooden tablet beside each eye technique. The tablet roughly recorded the origin of the secret art and its general effect. For example, the wooden tablet in front of Jiang Wang's eyes had the words, obtained from the Yang expedition, the Yang clan's burning blood red eyes inner mansion chapter, attack technique. What a strange fate! Jiang Wang had participated in the Yang destruction war and received a noble title for his military exploit. Now, he saw the Yang kingdom's royal family's eye technique manual in the Qi treasury. There seemed to be some kind of entanglement in the unseen world. Of course, this eye technique was not to his liking. The Yang kingdom's royal family's secret art was definitely not weak. However, Jiang Wang's priority now was to choose an eye technique similar to Li Longquan's candlelight divine power to complement his immortal sound and hearing to complete the knowledge section. However, with so many secret arts, he did not know how long it would take to look through them one by one. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly and silently searched with his eyes. Qiu Ji, who was observant, smiled again. Lord Jiangju, what kind of eye technique do you need? Or if you have any more specific requirements, you can tell me. I know a little about this place. Jiang Wang did not refuse this kindness. He had already thought of his own needs. He said directly, I need an eye technique that strengthens my observation ability. In this category, I will prioritize eye techniques with more potential. Asking for potential was naturally to prepare for the derivation of the Dao development stage. Even though Jiang Wang had never learned any pupil techniques, an inner mansion stage pupil technique might not be of much help to him with his current strength. Therefore, he considered more long-term. The Dao development stage could derive the secret arts to a higher level. It also required the secret arts to have a certain amount of potential. For low-level Dao arts like the poison-swallowing stinger, the derivation of the poison-swallowing flower would reach its peak. No matter how much effort was expended, it would not be able to progress further. Its potential would only reach that level. This time, Qiu Ji thought for a moment. Then, he took 3 steps forward and pointed at the 3rd row of the left bookshelf. This one. He took another 10 steps forward and pointed at the 4th row of the right bookshelf. This one. He took another 2 steps forward and pointed at the top row of the right bookshelf. This one. Finally, he stopped and smiled. These 3 techniques all meet your requirement. Considering the potential, it's best to choose the second one. Jiang Wang looked over them one by one. He only felt that the 3 eye techniques that Qiu Ji had introduced were indeed very good. They all met his requirements quite well. Otherwise, how could Qiu Ji become one of the 8 eunuchs in charge of the ceremony directorate when there were so many internal officials? How could this be called a little understanding? He practically knew all the secret arts in the entire inner mansion level library like the back of his hand. With his identity and age, it was impossible for him to learn all the secret arts in the entire library. Therefore, he should have only memorized the brief information on those wooden tablets. The only value of doing this was probably to express goodwill to a certain person at a time like this. However, the ceremony directorate had 8 eunuchs in charge of the ceremony directorate and 8 attendant eunuchs. All of them had the qualifications to leave the palace to handle matters. Even if the emperor wanted to reward someone, it might not necessarily be him who would lead the way. It was precisely because this matter was so costly and difficult that it showed Qiu Ji's intentions. If he could handle this matter so appropriately, how could he handle other matters? Jiang Wang praised in his heart, but expressed his gratitude on the surface. These secret arts couldn't be flipped open and looked at now. At most, he could only compare them with the simple introductions. From this, it seemed that the second eye technique that Qiu Ji had recommended was indeed the one with the most potential. Since he had already accepted Qiu Ji's recommendation, it would appear that he didn't trust him very much if he looked left and right. Naturally, Jiang Wang wouldn't do that. Therefore, after looking at the wooden tablet for the second eye technique, he turned his head and prepared to announce his choice to the warden of the library. At this moment, Qiu Ji suddenly said, "Lord Jiangju, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Jiang Wang was also very polite. "It's my honor that Eunuch Ji is willing to advise me. Please speak." Qiu Ji rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "I personally think that the most valuable eye technique in this library at present should be the one behind me, but it may not meet your requirements. Since Eunuch Qiu recommended it, I must take a look." Jiang Wang walked over as he said this. From beginning to end, the warden of the library didn't say a word. He stopped like a statue cast in this place and didn't interfere with Jiang Wang's choice in any way. Qiu Ji smiled and turned his body slightly. Jiang Wang followed his gaze and saw a fiery red bead placed on a stone tray. This red bead was smooth and round, bright and uniform in color. It was extremely beautiful. The wooden tablet next to it said, "One of the scattered inheritances of the Su nation, the Eye of Qianyang. Inner Mansion Chapter." As for the effect, the description was very simple: soul attack. Only these 4 words. But these 4 words immediately made Jiang Wang's eyes light up. Up until now, Jiang Wang had only seen Wang Zhangji use a secret art that could participate in soul attacks in the inner mansion stage. He himself had developed the soul concealment snake, but it was basically only effective in exploring the inner mansion. In a real battle of life and death, it rarely played any role. Most of the time, it was used by Jiang Wang to attract the opponent's attention. In other words, as a killing art that involved the soul concealment snake didn't qualify at all. Jiang Wang took a deep breath. At this moment, of course, he had already judged the value of this art. Insight, observation, all of that was put aside for now. Compared to the soul slaughtering technique, the inner mansion's observational eye technique had no value in comparison. Moreover, Jiang Wang's soul power was originally far superior to cultivators of the same level, but it had always been difficult for him to fully utilize it. It was perfect for this art. "Is there a complete inheritance in the national treasury?" Jiang Wang asked directly. Qiu Ji smiled and said, "There is an outer mansion chapter. As for the chapter after God's arrival, it has already been lost. Whether in terms of potential or effect, it is the best eye technique in the library now. It didn't matter that it was lost. Since there was a God-level cultivation method after it, it meant that it had the potential to reach a higher level. He might be able to deduce it on the Dao development platform. This was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Jiang Wang didn't make a decision immediately. He glanced at the red pearl that recorded the eye of Qianyang again, and forced himself to look away. He looked at Qiuji and said, "I wonder why you are helping me so much? Jiang Wang has little talent and little virtue. To be honest, I feel a little guilty at this moment." There was some surprise in Qiuji's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Wang to resist reaching out at this moment. "Lord Jiang, a Tianjiao like you will represent the Qi to participate in the battle at the Riverview platform." He smiled more sincerely. "If I can help you, I will be helping De Qi and His Majesty. You don't know how satisfied I will be. This isn't against the rules. It's just a little more effort to memorize it. Why wouldn't I do it?" These words were really beautiful. Most importantly, the words, "not against the rules," convinced Jiang Wang. This meant that even if Qiuji had any requests in the future, it would be, not against the rules. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and cupped his hands. "Then I thank you, Lord Jiang." Qiuji smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Wang then said to the spell library warden, "I choose the eye of Qianyang." The spell library warden, who was covered in armor, spoke for the first time. Previously, when he talked to Qiuji, he only checked the token seal and didn't say anything. "Please." His voice was very dull and had a feeling of oppression. "After you choose. This technique will be sealed for 3 years. There won't be a second person learning it for 3 years. This was a benefit. No matter how strong a technique was, its value would decrease if more people learned it. That was because there were countless geniuses in the world. The more it was spread, the faster it would be solved. Jiang Wang didn't say anything else. He reached out and grasped the fiery red pearl. When his spirit touched it slightly, the relevant records of the eye of Qianyang flowed into his mind. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while. When he opened his eyes, they were full of admiration. Although it was only a flicker of light and was far from mastering it, this eye of Qianyang already surprised him. As expected of a secret technique passed down from the Ming nation, the Sunrise nation that once unified the eastern region left behind an inheritance. Even if it was only at the inner palace level, it was still marvelous. Compared to the spirit snake concealment technique that he explored himself, it was indeed incomparable. Jiang Wang carefully put the red pearl back into the stone tray. The spell library warden didn't say anything else. He only placed his palm on the stone bookshelf. The stone tray actually closed into a ball and wrapped the red pearl in it. Then, the entire stone ball began to sinking into the stone base that was like a water surface. The next time it appeared would be 3 years later. During this time, even if someone received a reward and entered the spell library, they wouldn't be able to learn the eye of Qianyang. Jiang Wang followed the rules and didn't probe too much into the spell library warden. After learning the imperial secret technique, he left the spell library with Qiuji. The two of them went back the way they came. As they walked, the spell library warden disappeared. Jiang Wang didn't know how he disappeared, and he didn't want to know. The De Qi Empire was powerful in the eastern region, and naturally rich in the east. The value of the various treasures in the national treasury was immeasurable. Who knew how many experts were guarding here? Asking less, looking less, and suppressing curiosity was the right thing to do. As the eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Qiuji had been here countless times, but he still didn't look sideways. This was a good example. Following Qiuji, they walked out steadily and passed through many checkpoints. After repeated verification, they were finally able to leave the national treasury. After leaving the city within the city, they were still in the majestic city. It was already night time in Lindsay. The sky was dotted with stars, and the lights in Lindsay City at night were like dragons. The young eunuch waiting outside the National Treasury had already lifted the curtain of the sedan. Qiuji clasped his hands and walked towards the sedan in the palace. Jiang Wang followed 2 steps and said, "I really don't know how to thank you for today's matter." Qiuji was one of the 8 eunuchs in charge of the ceremony directorate. To be honest, he didn't have any way to help him. Qiuji didn't seem to take it to heart. He looked back at him and smiled, "Just take it as forming good karma." Then, he bowed and entered the sedan. The sedan in the palace leisurely went away. Jiang Wang stood alone outside the National Treasury and was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the starry night sky, then walked towards the Xiashan villa. Speaking of which, every time he came back to Lindsay City, he was either busy with various things or cultivating behind closed doors. The sedan came, the carriage left. He rarely had the experience of walking alone on the streets of Lindsay. He swam freely in the noisy crowd. In the bustling city, he silently pondered the secret of the Eye of Qianyang. This technique was passed down from the great Yang Empire that unified the eastern region and sought to dominate the world. Although it was only a fragment of the inner mansion level, it was still very domineering and vigorous. At the beginning of its cultivation, one had to draw the light of the scorching sun into the eye at noon every day. Supplemented by the power of the soul, it had to be refined into the eye through a secret technique. Once completed, one would be able to draw upon the power of Qianyang. In a battle at the level of the soul, it was extremely domineering. Compared to the fire world technique that he was still exploring, the complete cultivation method of the Eye of Qianyang was undoubtedly much easier to grasp. Unfortunately, it wasn't noon and he couldn't immediately try it out. Jiang Wang didn't relax after carefully studying the secret of the Eye of Qianyang. Instead, he continued to deduce the fire world technique. As he walked slowly, he was immersed in the boundless mysteries of the world of techniques. It was at this time that Chao Yu saw this young man strolling amidst the crowd in the slowly passing carriage. She saw him strolling leisurely, so harmonious with the crowd on the streets of Lindsay. Yet, he also had an independent charm like the stars and the moon. "Who is this person?" the person beside her asked. "Jiang Wang. The person who secretly learned your blade technique at the last moment?" Chao Yu lowered the curtain of the carriage window. "He is someone worthy of my blade." The lights of the human world and the stars of the sky were clearly distinguished. The horse pulling the carriage didn't make a single sound. In silence, the carriage drove out of Lindsay City. Chapter 1061. 4 days after the master's ceremony, he was still cultivating. Jiang Wang didn't know if it was because of the celestial bath, but he felt that the fiery bone lotus behind him seemed to be more agile. Whether it was the absorption of astral power or the gathering of totemic power, they were all easier. With this as a foundation, the progress of the fire world technique was also faster. He wasn't in a hurry. This was a killing technique born out of the thunder world technique. If he used it well, it would be a killing move. If he couldn't control it well like Lei Zhanqian, it would become a flaw instead. It was better not to use it. It was a fool's dream to hope that the Tianjiao on the Riverview platform wouldn't notice any flaws. Only the absorption of astral power was far from enough, even if it increased a little. On the way to the Riverview platform, he would have to pass by Xingyue Plain. If there was a chance, he would definitely stop there for a night. He just didn't know how to arrange the team for the Yellow River meeting. When the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Wang stopped cultivating the fire world technique. He walked out slowly and stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky. One couldn't look directly at the sun with the naked eye. This was something that even a 3-year-old child knew. The endless light could easily burn one's eyes blind. The brighter one's eyes, the more dangerous it was. Before Jiang Wang raised his eyes to look at the sky, he had already constructed a protective layer based on his true qi and mixed it with the power of his soul according to the secret technique of the Eye of Qianyang, covering his left eye. The Eye of Qianyang was cultivated in his left eye. As for his right eye, it was covered in a layer of red light. Naturally, it was the divine light of the true samadhi fire that prevented his eye from being damaged by the sun. Speaking of which, the cultivation of the Eye of Qianyang was described as starting from before the transcendent level. It was washed with potions, then moved from the meridians to the heavenly cycle, to the heavenly path, to the soaring dragon. Step by step, it progressed step by step. With Jiang Wang's current strength, he could easily skip the previous steps and start from the inner mansion realm. Just in case, the red light on his right eye was the only thing he could use. The divine power of the true samadhi fire was also waiting in the first inner mansion. Once he showed signs of being poisoned, he would immediately use the true samadhi fire to neutralize it. When Jiang Wang looked at the sun, it had already shrouded him. That moment of blinding light almost caused him to cry. However, Jiang Wang himself was not affected at all by the natural reaction of his eyes. Strictly following the secret method passed down from his homeland, he seized the light of the scorching sun and planted it into his left eye. He quickly lowered his head and closed his eyes, continuously sending his soul energy and true essence into his left eye. Amidst the stinging pain in his eyes, he used the secret technique of the Eye of Qianyang to strengthen the various aspects of his left eye. Through the light of the scorching sun that he had planted, he quickly felt his gaze. This was a wonderful thing. The mysterious man in Wensi County could detect the gaze, the warrior Wang Ao could break the murderous gaze of the Blood King, and Zhang Yong could catch his gaze. The three of them relied on different things. Now, he could finally feel his own gaze, which made the word gaze from a concept as light as a feather to an actual reality. The next step was the most difficult part of cultivating the Eye of Qianyang. According to the records of the secret technique, the next step was to use the soul energy and true essence to weave a thread together, and then merge it with the thread of the gaze. This required an extremely fine control of true essence, as well as the control of the soul energy. When the members of the imperial family of Qianyang cultivated this art, they all started training from a young age, gradually developing fine control, and then increasing the difficulty step by step before finally succeeding. Jiang Wang's powerful soul energy, which far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level, displayed a great advantage in the process of cultivating the Eye of Qianyang. He had already come into contact with battles at the soul level more than once, and was very experienced in the use of soul energy. And fine control of true essence had always been Jiang Wang's strong point. The most difficult part described in the secret manual did not make him feel that it was very difficult. On the contrary, when the conditions were right, success would naturally occur. When he opened his eyes, his left eye suddenly flashed with crimson light. His entire eye was covered in crimson. Compared to his black and clear right eye, it had a strange and indescribable beauty. And most importantly, Jiang Wang felt that he could now start a battle at the soul level at any time, and use the Qianyang force to construct various killing techniques to destroy the opponent's soul, although it was only one killing technique of the inner mansion stage. But this was enough to show that it was only the first time he looked at the sun, and the Eye of Qianyang was already at the initial stage. Jiang Wang withdrew the Eye of Qianyang, but he did not become complacent. Instead, he began another cultivation. The success of the Eye of Qianyang was of course gratifying, but it was only one killing technique of the inner mansion stage, and in fact, it was very difficult for it to be of use in his current battle level. Battles at the soul level rarely occurred at the inner mansion stage. But the river viewing platform was the place where Tianjiao of various countries gathered, so it was not surprising that any kind of tricks would appear. Those Tianjiao of various countries, even if they did not explore the soul level in advance, would definitely leave behind the relevant protective measures. Relying on the protection of the Tongtian Palace for his soul, it was not too difficult to defend. But there was an unexpected surprise. After cultivating the eye of Qianyang, he actually had some new understanding of the fire origin picture, and even made some different discoveries when he looked back at the true Samadhi fire. Because of this, the foundation of the fire world technique was also more solid. This feeling was too good. At every moment, Jiang Wang was witnessing himself becoming stronger by himself. Walking forward like this until he reached the most dazzling place, he would finally be known by the world. Jiang Wang was cultivating. Chung Gongsheng was also cultivating. There was a ruthlessness in his bones, and he also had talent. In his first battle with Jiang Wang, he easily manipulated Jiang Wang. His battle wisdom was naturally top-notch. But it was true that he had been distracted too much. To bridge the huge gap between him and Yongenzuen, it was impossible not to be distracted. He had already done his best. At least that was what Jiang Wang and Shisi thought. Yongenzuen, who was being chased by Chung Gongsheng, stopped cultivating and chatted with the old master in the courtyard. He was still dressed in white, sitting on the stone step. Not far from the stone steps, Chongxian Yunbo was half leaning on the recliner, bathing in the sunlight. The noon sun at the end of May was not very gentle. But the old master was a cultivator, so he did not feel uncomfortable. But Chongxian Mingguang, who was sitting on a small stool and massaging his legs with a smile, had some sweat on his forehead. Chongxian Yunbo glanced at his eldest son, who was known as the embroidered pillow in Linzi, and said discontentedly, "I told you to work harder, but look at how weak you are now." Chongxian Mingguang did not feel that it was shameful to be scolded in front of his son, and it was not the first or second time. While massaging his legs vigorously, he said with a smile, "I actually worked hard, but not in front of my father. Training in the winter and the hottest days in the summer, that's not an exaggeration." Chongxian Yunbo was angry when he looked at him, but looking at the young man in white sitting on the stone steps, he was somewhat comforted. "Maybe my grandpa will be very happy if you work harder. Listen? More energy. More anger." Although the old guy of the Bao family was gone, he would burn a letter to let him know. "Brother Zun," the old master said lazily, "Supervisor Ruan's daughter has some difficulties in cultivation. Take some time to visit her these 2 days. Chapter 1062. As soon as old Master Zhong Xian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the courtyard immediately changed. Zhongshuan Mingguang couldn't help but slow down his kneading action. Yongenzuen was originally in a good mood. Although it was said that Wang Yiwu and his father had joined forces, and in less than a year, Wang Yiwu's business was gone. It was indeed a headache. But that fellow had sent back news of Yonggenzuen's victory from the Jianfeng mountain of the Xia kingdom. It had boosted his mood. Especially today, the 3 generations of grandfather and grandson were chatting happily. It was a joy in life, stealing half a day of leisure. But the old man's words. The only person who could be friends with Marquis Baoang was naturally Ruan Qiu of the Imperial Astronomer. The famous stargazing tower of Linzi was the territory of the Imperial Astronomer. Every morning during the morning court session of the Ziji Hall, the Imperial Astronomer had rung the bell. To many people, this was an incomparably mysterious government office. Indeed, they did not involve themselves in political matters. But those with real power naturally knew the importance of the Imperial Astronomer. But then again, the position of the Imperial Astronomer was extraordinary, and Ruan Qiu was not someone that ordinary people could come into contact with. If not for the fact that Chongxian Mingguang had been in the military all his life and was highly respected, his descendants might not have had the opportunity to guide Ruan Qiu's daughter. But although it was an opportunity, it was not something that everyone wanted. At that time, Yung Genzuan was lazily sitting on the stone step. His left hand was on his left knee, holding a scroll and gently hanging down. He listened to his father and grandfather's idle chatter. His right elbow was on his right knee, supporting his sharp chin, looking at the distant sky in a daze. When he suddenly heard this sentence, the corner of his mouth twitched and he lightly laughed. Even Ruan Qiu can't teach her well. She must be hopelessly stupid. Grandson, it's better not to waste your energy. Chongxian Mingguang's hand slowed down even more. Although he often thought of problems in a simplistic way, he was not a fool. Especially in the past 60 years of his life, almost all of it had been taught by the old man. He had mastered the skill of reading people's body language very skillfully. The current atmosphere was very dangerous. The old man didn't have much of an expression on his face. He only said a sentence that was neither light nor heavy. It's a rule passed down by our ancestors. No matter how promising their descendants are, they should still be respected. Grandpa. Yung Genzuan retracted his gaze, moved his elbow away from his knee, and spun the book in his left hand. He smiled under the sunlight. Actually, I don't really understand. What are rules? The rule is a tool to draw a circle. The matrix was a tool for drawing squares. How did two tools become a rule that requires everyone to follow? Who set the rules? Was that person definitely right? Did his rule really draw a circle, and his moment really draw a square? All generations of Tianjiao are gone. Each generation has its own coquettishness and rules. As long as I'm strong enough, stronger than everyone, one day I can also say. He held the book in his left hand and drew a circle in the air. He smiled and said, "This is a square." The courtyard in Marquis Boeing's residence was not very quiet at this time. Those servants and children who served were still walking around, pruning the flowers and plants. In short, they all had their own things. It seemed that they didn't hear what the master was saying. But the atmosphere was still a little tense. Chongxian Yunbua had been in the military all his life. His prestige in the military was very high. Even the military god Jiang Mingxiong had to respect him a little. In the past, he had supported the family. In the future, he had taught outstanding children. After Chongxian Mingtu refused to lead the army, in order to win back the Qi Emperor's trust, he was the one who put on the old armor and fought for the country with a body that was no longer in peak condition, and killed on the battlefield of Qixia. In the whole of Qi, there were not many who could compare with him in terms of seniority. In Zhonggenjia, his words carried weight. Whatever he said was what it was. However, Yung Genzuan was obviously too opinionated. Chongxian Mingguang was a responsible father. At the same time, he was also a smart and filial son. With these two identities, he naturally could not remain silent in this situation. He had to maintain the stability of the Zhonggenjia clan and eliminate the contradictory atmosphere between the grandfather and grandson. He had to push the Zhonggenjia towards a longer and brighter future so that he could have more fun. He had gone too far. In short, he had to step forward. Cough. Chongxian Mingguang cleared his throat. Let me say a few words about this. Chongxian Old Master suddenly stood up from the recliner and almost caused Chongxian Mingguang, who was sitting on the folding stool, to fall. He glared at Zhongshuan Mingguang, an old lion in its twilight years, still looking awe-inspiring. Pinch, pinch, pinch. You don't have any strength at all. Pinch my ass. Did I tell you to eat less? I have 4 sons, and you're the only one who's a rice bucket. After scolding, he flicked his sleeves and strode away angrily. Chongxian Mingguang blinked and looked at the old man's back view with grievance. Then, he turned to look at his promising son. Yung Genzuan silently opened the book and stood it up to cover his face. Knowing that this period of time was precious, none of his acquaintances, including Zheng Shangming, came to disturb him. Even Yen Fu, who was especially close to him, was exempted from treating him every now and then. Jiang Wang devoted himself to cultivation. This lasted until the 6th day after the master's ceremony. It was also the time to head to the general appointment platform. The general appointment platform was in the west of the city. In the past, when they went out to war, the commander would set up the formation here, so it was called the general appointment platform. Below the general appointment platform was a huge drill ground. All the elite troops of Qi, including those that had already died, had been inspected here. Therefore, the place was filled with killing intent, and the killing intent could not dissipate at all. Standing on the platform and looking down, one could completely imagine the scene of the soldiers lining up and the flags fluttering in the sky. The thick killing intent could also easily make one feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. Jiang Wang had been on the battlefield before, so he did not feel uncomfortable in this place. As for Ji Zhaonan, who was wearing silver armor and holding a frost spear, he was like a fish in water here. In comparison, Yung Genzuan, who was wearing a fluttering white robe, did not seem to be suitable for this place. However, he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt like he was still calm in a sea of blood and corpses. The general appointment platform was very simple. It could be said that it was a high platform with no cover. There was not even a fence. Only the various sword marks, saber marks, and spear marks were deep on the platform. It was said that many famous generals of Qi had practiced martial arts on this platform before, so these marks were left behind. As time passed, all the charm was worn away by time. However, the direction, strength, and details of these marks could be restored based on one's own understanding. Jiang Wang, Ji Zhaonan, and Yung Genzuan, the three of them had nothing to talk about. There was even less if they were together. They simply stood on one side of the platform and admired the marks, trying to reconstruct the scenes of those famous generals practicing martial arts in their minds. When the imperial court advisor Yi Xingqian came over after the court meeting, this was the scene he saw. The three of them stood in a triangle with their backs facing each other. Ji Zhaonan stood straight, his eyes staring at the ground. The spear in his hand trembled slightly. There was no sound or wind, as if he was fighting with those famous generals in his mind. Yung Genzuan stood with his hands behind his back, entranced. There was also Jiang Qingyang, who was squatting on the ground like an old farmer checking the soil. He was using his fingers to feel the marks. Chapter 1063. A place like the general appointment platform was naturally not open to the public. Yi Xingqian was one of the 9 imperial counselors of the Political Affairs Hall. His purpose in coming here was obvious. He didn't make any shocking entrance. He simply walked up the stairs and slowly walked onto the platform. The first person to see him was Ji Zhaonan, who was facing him. He put away his spear and stood. "Greetings, Dr. E." After hearing Ji Zhaonan's greeting, Jiang Wang and Yung Genzuan finally reacted. They each turned around and saluted him. Jiang Wang, in particular, observed him more carefully. After all, he had received the goodwill of a disciple at the patrol office not long ago. He was also very curious about what kind of person could be as famous as the young Li Zhengshu. This person was tall and thin. His facial features weren't bad, but at first glance, he didn't stand out too much. His eyes were the only exception. When he looked over, his entire face suddenly lit up, like the light of the stars. It was truly a pair of very bright eyes. His style of doing things was simple and straightforward. He didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "I will only teach you for 3 days. In the remaining 2 days, someone else will teach you the other parts. So make the best use of your time. If you have any questions about spells, whether it's Taoist techniques, secret techniques, or even the development of magical powers, regardless of cultivation or application, you can ask me anything." His tone was very calm, so he was very confident. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 3 Tianjiao to respond. He directly stretched out his index finger and pointed it in the air. It condensed into a dazzling dot of light. Then, with this dot of light as the starting point, 3 lines were drawn in different directions. Jiang Wang vaguely had a feeling that this space was divided into 3 equal parts by these 3 lines. People were also separated. This feeling was similar to when he, Ji Zhaonan, and Yung Genzuan had their backs to the general appointment platform to study the traces of martial arts practice. When he broke out of this daze, he found that he was still on the general appointment platform. Nothing had changed. Only Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan had disappeared. Only Yi Xingqian was still standing in front of him. Dr. E. Jiang Wang looked around. Where are we? It's still the general appointment stage. I'm teaching all 3 of you at the same time. In order to prevent you from affecting each other, I used a little trick. Yi Xingqian laughed. Are you sure you want to waste your time on these problems? Cheng Gongxing had said that Yi Xingqian owed him a favor. However, Jiang Wang would not be arrogant just because of this. This was especially true for someone at the level of the imperial court counselor, who was rarely influenced by personal likes and dislikes. He decisively tossed aside his curiosity about Yi Xingqian's so-called little trick, and said directly, I've been researching a new technique recently, and there are indeed many areas that I'm confused about. Just like that, he described all the problems he had accumulated regarding the Fire World technique. Yi Xingqian listened quietly and said, Lei Shi has the ability to control lightning, but your true Samadhi fire does not focus on controlling fire. Instead, it focuses on attacking. The construction of this technique is entirely dependent on your own control. Of course, it's much more difficult than the Lei family's kid. He immediately saw where the problem lay and where Jiang Wang's inspiration for the Fire World technique had come from. One had to know that the Lightning World technique had only appeared at the Great Master's ceremony. It seemed that this person wasn't bragging when he said that he could answer all the questions regarding the technique. Don't copy blindly. The true Samadhi fire and Lei Shi are completely different in nature. Why don't you change your perspective and use your totem as the crux? Your flame totem is very orthodox and ancient. It has the potential to become the foundation of a world of technique. However, it's not deep enough. I'm sure the person who lit it for you is somewhat inexperienced. The High Fire tribe was indeed a tribe with a long history on the floating continent. It was only because generations of shamans had devoted themselves to researching the dark sky totem that they had fallen into decline. Yi Xingqian continued, however, that person is very intelligent. With a stroke of genius, he connected your flame totem with the bone lotus pattern. A miraculous connection was formed between the two. It also seems to have been infected by some kind of power, causing them to form a new totem. Jiang Wang had the misconception that he was completely naked. It was as if he couldn't hide any secrets from the other party's eyes. Apart from the names of the flame totem and the bone lotus, everything the other party described was very close to the truth. Was this a court advisor or a diviner? Could these things really be seen through the eyes? As for the inexperienced and intelligent person Yi Xingqian spoke of, it was indeed the high fire Qiming that had leaped into the dark sky totem in Jiang Wang's mind. Jiang Wang wiped away all thoughts of miscellaneous life and focused on the lecture. Your bone lotus pattern is very clean. I thought it would be connected to a certain evil god. Yi Xingqian smiled. Of course it was clean. It was just an ordinary divine seal, and Zhuang Chengqian had personally erased the connection. This new totem is very divine. Although origin totems are essentially the negation of gods. Was this a Tao master? Could he really see through the essence of things? The floating continent did indeed believe that gods were thieves of the origin. Yi Xingqian continued, you can try to use this bit of divinity to describe the changes in the spell world. In the natural growth, with the protection of the true Samadhi fire, you can create the fire spell world you want. Wisdom imbuement. The problem that had troubled him for many days was solved in one day. Jiang Wang was instantly inspired. He no longer simply imitated the Thunder Realm and used the true Samadhi fire as the core. Instead, he used the advantage of his fiery bone lotus, combining the characteristics of totem power and star power. With the fiery bone lotus as the foundation, he built a fire world. This world was so wonderful. First, there was the fire seed. In the state of emptiness, the fire seed was born. It was a crimson fire seed that was exactly the same as the divine ability seed in the first inner mansion. It represented the true Samadhi fire. With the fire seed, there would be light, there would be life, there would be everything. At the center of this world, the fire seed bloomed in the form of a flame flower. The flame flower was the most exquisite Tao technique Jiang Wang had mastered in his early days. It was also the foundation of many Tao techniques later on. It bloomed like a fire lotus. It was shaped like a bone lotus, but it was condensed by fire. And then, chirp chirp chirp, in the center of the fire lotus, a flame sparrow flapped its wings and chirped as it flew up. This world became alive. Totem power built the foundation of this world. Star power formed the sky of this world. The true Samadhi fire was the origin of this world. And Jiang Wang's understanding and evolution of fire became the vitality of this world. When Jiang Wang opened his eyes from that indescribable feeling, a small world of fire. It floated before his eyes. The sky was round and the earth was square. This world was unique. Although this world wasn't as violent and powerful as the one built by the Thunder Realm, it was more vivid, more concrete, and more real. Of course, it was also more stable. The Fire World technique was completed today. Chapter 1064. The moment Yi Xingqian came out, he said, "You can ask any questions about spells." Although Jiang Wang knew the other party's identity, he was still skeptical. A perfected person might not be able to master all spells. Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan were one of the two. He himself had learned quite a variety of techniques and had learned a bunch of different techniques. How could Yi Xingqian know all of them? Reality proved that he really could. The number of spells that this imperial counselor had mastered was so vast and complicated that it was almost unheard of. It was almost all-encompassing and as deep as the sea. It gave Jiang Wang the feeling that he was facing a human-shaped spell library. What was even better than a spell library was that this imperial advisor had his own understanding and knowledge. Every word he said was accurate and thought-provoking. Other than the immortal spells and the dreamlike token, Jiang Wang asked for advice on spells such as the snake spirit concealment, the 8 notes burning the sea, and the Eye of Qianyang that he had just learned. Yi Xingqian's mission was to give advice, not to take in disciples. It was impossible for him to teach unique spells, but it was not a problem for him to help Jiang Wang sort out the spell system and give him pointers on spell ideas. This was already a great help. 3 days passed by very quickly, too quickly. Jiang Wang was studying eagerly and felt that he still had many areas to improve. In a trance, Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan appeared in front of him. They saw each other again on the high platform. Judging from their unsatisfied expressions, everyone seemed to have gained a lot. Zhong Xuanzuan had, of course, studied in Jixia Academy, but everyone's cultivation level, realm, perspective, and teaching ability were different. Ji Zhaonan's master was powerful, but the army god was busy and could not pay attention to every single spell. As for Yi Xingqian's understanding of spells, he was probably one of the best in the entire kingdom of Qi. There was a reason why the Political Affairs Hall asked him to guide them. However, the one who gained the most was still Jiang Wang. His foundation was the most shaky and he had the most problems, but he also had the least opportunity to be guided by a real person of the present age. In fact, Yi Xingchen had indeed put the most effort into teaching him in all three aspects. Of course, this was not something that could be explained to outsiders. Alright, the 3 days are up. Someone else will take over the rest of the class. Yi Xingchen waved his sleeves and turned to leave. He didn't waste any time at all. As a court official, he had to deal with countless state affairs every day. It was indeed very rare for him to be able to spare 3 days to teach them. The next person to ascend the stage was a short and fat old man with a kind face. Uncle! Marshal! Marquis! 3 greetings sounded almost at the same time. The person who came was the Qiu Slaughter Army's commander-in-chief, Chongxian Chuliang. People called him Xiong Tuesday. The one who called him uncle was naturally Yong Genzuan. During the War of Qiyang, Jiang Wang had fought under him. Now that he was on the stage, he called him marshal. Ji Zhaonan's relationship with him was more distant than the other two, so he only called him duke. Chongxian Chuliang, who came from the military, was more experienced in handling matters. His gaze swept over them as a response. Then he said, "Today, I'm here to teach you one thing." He smiled and said, "Kill people." He was smiling so amiably, and his face was so kind. But when he said the last 2 words, the 3 nations' heaven's prides suddenly felt as if they were surrounded by a powerful army. It was as if they saw a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Chongxian Chuliang, who was at the peak of divine arrival, came to teach the 3 Tianjiao this lesson because Xiong Tu was an expert in killing people. He knew how to kill people better than any of the court officials in the political affairs hall or any of the 9 soldiers' commander in the military affairs hall. Even if he was only at divine arrival, he was only at the same level as Ji Zhaonan. His title as the number 1 divine arrival in the eastern region was earned by killing people. How do you teach killing people? It's better to kill a person than to say it 1,000 times. Chongxian Chuliang took a step forward. "Come, kill me." His voice was not loud, but it was very heavy. It was the kind of heavy that stepped on one's heart, making it hard for one to breathe. There was a kind of bloody feeling, and for some reason, one quietly covered one's eyes. Take Jiang Wang himself, for example. He was very clear-headed and knew exactly where he was and what he wanted to do. But when he faced Chongxian Chuliang, he suddenly felt a violent killing intent rush out. He knew that this was what Chongxian Chuliang wanted, so he did not restrain this killing intent. Therefore, at this moment, he really wanted to kill this person. His figure moved, and his long sword was already out of its sheath. 1 sword was enough to make a famous person fall. 10 years of abject poverty, using death to bring back enmity. Before this, he had already heard the whistling of the wind. At some unknown time, the figure in snow-white clothes had already grabbed the solar chakram and smashed it down towards Chongxian Chuliang's head. At the same time, he saw a dot of cold light from the corner of his eye. It was the sudden arrival of the Shaohua spear. At the same time, the killing intent of the 3 Tianjiao kings was ignited, and they launched an attack on Chongxian Chuliang. There was not one weak person among these 3. However, strength and weakness were always only relative concepts. Chongxian Chuliang was still speaking, his attitude calm. You are all Tianjiao, and you've also experienced countless battles, big and small. Presumably, you all feel that killing people is very simple. He slapped upwards, directly overturning the solar chakram. You've fought all the way. Presumably, you also believe that you've done the best within the scope of your abilities. But, what's the best? The slap pulled back and actually erased Jiang Wang's horizontal slash on the spot. Like erasing a scratch on a pile of sand, it was easily erased. Did you erupt with your strongest killing power? Did you brandish your most threatening strike? What you think, what you pursue, is the best within the scope of your abilities. Is it really the best to kill your opponent? He slapped back, knocking Ji Zhaonan's Xiaohua spear askew. Put away your spear. You don't need to use so much strength to kill people. He took another step forward, already standing face to face with Yunganzuan. He grabbed his solar chakram, pressed down on his hand, and slammed it back into his chest. Are you swinging a sledgehammer? Killing people isn't forging iron. He turned around again, directly slapping. Jiang Wang, who had just shattered the blue clouds and arrived here, almost had his longsword slapped out of his hand. It's hard for me to imagine that youngsters these days actually call this swordsmanship. He took a step back and slammed his shoulder into Ji Zhaonan's spear momentum, sending him flying. An inch longer, an inch stronger. If you can't defend your strength, you'll be weaker by an inch. To be honest, at the very beginning, Ji Zhaonan was somewhat unconvinced. We're both at the god's arrival realm. I'm a rising star, the Tianjiao of the nation, and I've also killed my way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if you're stronger than me, how much stronger can you be? I respect your identity, status, and accomplishments, but isn't it inappropriate for you to come over and teach me a lesson like a 3-year-old child? But after exchanging blows, he really had no choice but to admit defeat. Chongxian Chuliang's admirable aspect wasn't that he'd easily subdued the three with absolute strength. It was that when he faced each person, he'd only displayed strength at the same level as the other. The three people who were currently being beaten were the Tianjiao of the nation. They could completely sense that everything that Chongxian Chuliang had done was absolutely within their current level of strength. In other words, this was an absolute crushing of combat skills. Chapter 1065. The 3 days of Yixingchen's guidance passed by very quickly. The 2 days of Chongxian and Chu Liang teaching them how to kill people passed by very slowly. It was a torture that lasted for a full 48 hours. This short and fat old man, who looked kind, crushed the 3 Tianjiao experts in all aspects. It was not accurate to say that he had been cursing them, but he had indeed never stopped insulting them, if it weren't for the fact that these 3 Tianjiao experts had extraordinary tenacity. They would have collapsed halfway through the battle. When Chongxian and Chu Liang finally took a step back, they ended the sparring that had lasted for 2 days. Jiang Wang, Yunganzuan, and Ji Zhaonan all saw the same relaxed expression on the other 2 people's faces. They wanted to go to the Yellow River and compete with the heroes of the world. They all had unparalleled self-confidence. But Chongxian and Chu Liang's strength were similar to theirs, so they saw their own imperfections. In fact, to be able to become the top figure of the younger generation in Qi, everyone had their own thoughts and perseverance. They were very clear about what was most suitable for them. The guidance of a powerhouse was the icing on the cake. It was the addition of fine details on the solid bones, flesh, and blood. Each of them was able to exert their strength to the best of their ability. In fact, they often exceeded their limits in battle. But in the matter of killing people, Xiong too had indeed broadened their horizons. To them, the 5 days of cultivation on the general appointment platform could not be said to be a rebirth. But each of them had gained a lot. Among them, Jiang Wang, who had the weakest foundation, was the most successful. The reason why he was said to be the weakest, and not the worst, was because Jiang Wang's foundation was actually not bad. He had also walked step by step to get to where he was today. Every step was firm and powerful. It was just that he was limited by his background and lacked the guidance of a famous teacher. In the end, there were still areas where he was not thorough enough. If cultivation was compared to building a building, his foundation was very stable and the building was very tall. It was just that it might not be as perfect as the buildings of other famous cultivators. It was not as beautiful and exquisite. Jiang Wang also paid great attention to making up for his mistakes. He would always take the opportunity to seek guidance from experts. Even Li Longchuan, Cheng Gengsheng, and Zhuo Guangshu, who were of the same generation but whose combat strength was gradually surpassed by him, he often communicated and discussed with them. He carefully reviewed every battle, and also summed up his own experience and lessons. The pointers of experts such as Yi Xingqian, Chongxian, and Chu Liang were more like a kind of sorting out from a strategically advantageous position, allowing him to comprehend through a comprehensive study. After the 5 days were over, the 3 people who had come to the general appointment platform to participate in the cultivation left. After that, it was time for them to cultivate on their own. Qi had given them all the support they could. The Political Affairs Hall and the Military Affairs Hall each sent out a martial art master, who put aside their official duties to give them pointers. It was a great honor. Whether it was Yi Xingqian, Chongxian, or Chu Liang, all of them saved time for them. He started when he came and left when he was done. He didn't say anything else. In short, it was a very fulfilling 5 days. When he returned to the Xia Mountain Villa, he didn't even have the time to show the results of his cultivation on the general appointment platform to Cheng Gongxing. Once again, he was stunned by the news from the front line, speaking of which, before he went to the general appointment platform to cultivate, the last news he received about the front line was that De Qi's military god, Jiang Mingxiong, climbed the Sword Peak Mountain alone. With his fists alone, he defeated the encirclement of experts from Xia Kingdom and even killed a perfected person on the spot. At that time, Xia Kingdom was constantly increasing their troop. The reinforcements of the Spring Death Army, which was ranked second among the 9 soldiers of Qi, also arrived in time. 100,000 Qi elites were stationed at the Sword Peak Mountain. A country war that shook the modern world was about to enter the stage where victory and defeat were decided. After Jiang Wang left the general appointment platform, the result of Qi's initiative to attack the south had already been decided. Xia Kingdom's 500,000 soldiers attacked for 3 days, but they still couldn't break through the Sword Peak Mountain that Jiang Mingxiong personally led. It was said that Qi Jiuqing's Winter Solitude Army was also ready to set off for Xia Kingdom at any time. In the face of Qi's determination to fight for Xia Kingdom and the Sword Peak Mountain that they couldn't break through even after a long time, Xia Kingdom finally stopped recruiting troops on the 4th day. And on the 5th day, Xia Kingdom directly sent a Shunlin cultivator who was tied up to the Sword Peak Mountain. This Shunlin cultivator had a strong background. He came from an organization called Pingding State. It was this organization that had been causing waves in Qi recently. After Cui Ju assassinating the monarch and Zhang Yong crying temple, of course, they had other plans. This was a series of terrifying operations. No one knew how long they had been preparing and how long they had been hiding. They even secretly contacted Xia Kingdom. However, Emperor Qi's chess piece went straight to the Xia country and crushed this game. The final result was that the divine descent expert who had contacted the Great Xia was directly handed over by the Great Xia. Xia Kingdom proved their innocence and proved that Cui Ju, who shouted the Shenwu era name, was indeed not from Xia Kingdom. The Pingding State organization also surfaced from then on. Jiang Mingxiong retreated. But before he retreated, he left 8 words on the Sword Peak Mountain. Small punishment, large warning, return by imperial decree. Of course, Xia Kingdom was not innocent. After losing a perfected person, they attacked the Sword Peak Mountain for 3 days to no avail. Faced with Qi's attitude of not hesitating to intensify the war, they had no choice but to compromise and cut ties with Pingding State. One could imagine that with Xia Kingdom's level, Pingding State's original plan must have occupied an extremely important position. Both sides were at least in a cooperative relationship, and Jiang Mingxiong left these 8 words to emphasize that the Sword Peak Mountain was not taken back by Xia Kingdom. It was returned by Emperor Qi. Back then, Yang Kingdom set the Sword Peak Mountain as the border. Today, Emperor Qi could take it back as he wished. Only the people of Xia Kingdom could experience this feeling. To the people of Qi, of course, it was to raise the prestige of our country and inspire the people. When Jiang Wang came out of the general appointment stage, he saw many places decorated with lanterns and colored banners. He guessed that it was because of this. And to Qi Ting, the most important thing now was to purge the Pingdeng State organization. As for how clean it would be, whether it would be really clean in the white snow or just a mess, it would depend on how much information the military could get from the Shernlin cultivator of Pingdeng State. A living Shernlin cultivator in the hands of the Qi army was almost impossible to keep a secret. Of course, regarding the last part, even with Cheng Gengsheng's identity, he could not get any useful information. He did not even know what the philosophy of this Pingdeng State was. Not to mention the specific strength of the organization, the number of powerhouses, the structure of the organization, and so on. These were probably only in the minds of the people in charge. Cheng Gengsheng and the others could only speculate based on the information they already knew. But they were also confused and did not have a clue. Now that I think about it, this decision is really simple and direct. Based on the situation around Deqi, the countries that can really pose a threat to Deqi, they are none other than Jing State, Mu State, and Xia State. The first two are both among the top 6 in the world. Once there is a conflict, it will not be a small matter. Without sufficient preparation, it is not a wise choice to provoke either side. Especially at the moment when the Yellow River Conference is about to start. After thinking about it, the only country that can really become a threat and can immediately attack is Xia State. The only thing is to make this decision immediately after the assassination of the monarch, to put aside the domestic situation and look outside of the eastern region. It really requires too much courage. Only a hero can do this. As he said this, Cheng Gengsheng was practicing a secret technique. In front of him, 9 fist-sized iron balls were shuttling back and forth under his control. I wonder what kind of organization this Pingdeng State is. Looking at the iron balls flying in front of Cheng Gengsheng, for some reason, Jiang Wang suddenly thought of the very troublesome blue metal arrestor Lin Yuxi. Zheng Shangming said that Wu Jie protected Lin Yuxi and let the inspection office cover up Lin Yuxi's credit for investigating Zhang Yong. Now it seemed that this was indeed a mature move. Pingdeng State, what is this organization trying to do? Today is a big promotion. Brothers and sisters, this is the first time the Red Heart Survey has a recommendation of this level. This is the result of our hard work. We must have momentum. Please give all your monthly votes to the Red Heart Survey. Today's update is 10,000 words. Chapter 1066. I don't care what organization it is. Cheng Gengsheng reached out and grabbed an iron ball. Since it has shown its face, I will crush it sooner or later. He didn't use any strength, but Chongshuan's secret technique had already squeezed the iron ball into a discus shape. He rubbed it and squeezed it back into a ball. The details of the Pingdeng State had not been revealed, but Qi Ting had already determined that it was a cult. This fat man had always been dismissive of all kinds of heretical cult. With his background, he didn't need to care or face these things. However, Jiang Wang couldn't help but be a little vigilant. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, based on the information that the Pingdeng State had shown so far, it was already too powerful. Their organizational ability was far better than the White Bone sect that wreaked havoc in the Zhuang State. Even in a hegemonic country like the state of Qi, they had already established their foundation. It was indeed terrifying. But then again, now was indeed the time when Qi was at its peak. Even the Pingdeng State, which could do big things one after another and even collude with the state of Great Xia, had completely failed in its series of actions under Qi. Cui Ju was blocked by Jiang Wang and could only assassinate the emperor in advance. If it weren't for Jiang Wang, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Wang Yiwu. Zhang Yong was forced to jump out by Qi's blue medal. She also took the initiative to make the choice that made the most use of her identity. Crying in the temple. It could be said that the Pingdeng state was indeed a very terrifying organization. Currently, every member who appeared, regardless of their cultivation level, had extremely high quality. They had all made the best choice under the current conditions. The existence of young masters like Cui Ju and Zhang Yong showed that this organization had an extremely comprehensive talent training system. It was impossible to do this unless one was a powerful force. But that was all. No matter how much preparation the Pingdeng state had, how strong they were, and what they planned next, they could only stop now. In the case where Qi's military had a member of Shunlin, the only thing this organization could do was to complete the separation as much as possible before Qi revealed all the information. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't fight Qi head-on. Although Jiang Wang and Cheng Gengxing didn't know how far the investigation of the Pingping state had gone, judging from the results of the series of events, after the incident, not only did Qi not fall into chaos, but it also became more powerful, almost catching up with the former Su state. It was as if he was an ant trying to shake a tree, so what was there to fear? However, looking at the world, if an organization like the Equal State could only be considered as a small fry, then what was his current strength? Jiang Wang smiled in his heart. As long as he kept moving forward, time would eventually leave an answer. Casting aside his distracting thoughts, he took a step forward and was about to make a move. You're using Chongshuan's secret technique incorrectly. I've been cultivating with Yung Genzuan for the past few days, and he doesn't use it this way. Cheng Gengxing jumped away and took back the iron ball vigilantly. Don't worry about it. My method is different from his. Jiang Wang's hand hung in the air, and he was a bit disappointed. Why can't you listen to my advice? You can persuade whoever you want. I won't be fooled anyway. Cheng Gengxing walked out without looking back. Let's go, Sure 14. Let's go somewhere else to practice. Sure 14 followed him briskly. The courtyard was suddenly empty. Jiang Wang could only leave behind a disgruntled snort and return to his room alone. Jiang Wang wasn't the only one in the world who liked to teach others. Some people taught blacksmiths how to forge iron, some taught boatmen how to row boats, and some taught storytellers how to tell stories, and so on. Of course, Jiang Wang's focus wasn't on being a teacher, but the process of being a teacher. Some people were different. Today, Uncle Chongxian thought about it again and finally knocked on the door of his promising son's courtyard. At that time, Yung Genzuan was writing in the study. He was standing in front of the big black sandalwood desk, writing big characters. He stood with his back straight and his head half bowed. With a big stroke of the brush, he wrote the word I. No one knew what he had written before, because it was all covered up. But the next few strokes were all I. This word was written in a lonely and arrogant way, and the outline was extremely sharp. There was a sense of unchangeability. Uncle Chongxian, who was a social celebrity in the aristocratic circle of Linzi, certainly understood the implication. He knew that this word was a kind of answer. But he hesitated for a long time before coming here. Of course, he wouldn't return in defeat so soon. This was his own house. He, Uncle Chongxian, was the head of a small family. His eyes passed over the desk, and he pretended to look at the layout of the study. He also pretended not to see those big characters at all. He used a very casual tone to start the conversation. These days, you've been very perfunctory in your greetings to your grandfather. After you came back from the general appointment stage, you didn't talk to him. Yung Genzuan laughed faintly. I came back too late and was afraid to disturb grandfather. I'll go tomorrow morning. That's not a reason. Chongshuan's bright light clearly didn't have much confidence. His voice was weak and weak. No matter who it was, It would be difficult to have enough confidence to have such a son who was the best in Lindsay. Especially when he himself wasn't very good. Good fellow, if they were enemies, he wouldn't be able to withstand one of his son's fingers. He said listlessly, "Your mother died early. I didn't restrain you since you were young." In reality, he only cared about himself. You can do whatever you want. You can be with whoever you like. The women of the Rouen family don't have to be liked by you. At this point, his tone became a bit tougher. There's just one thing. Your grandfather is old. You're not allowed to talk back to him. But he immediately became weak again. You can act one way in front of him and another behind his back. After saying this, he glanced at the silent Jungenzuan and muttered, "I know you've grown up and probably won't listen to your father. But as your father, I still have to say it." When other people referred to themselves as your father, they were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He, on the other hand, immediately suppressed this word as soon as it popped out. It was as if he was purely supporting himself. Jungenzuan sighed and put down the brush in his hand. He looked at him somewhat seriously. "Father, you're good at everything." Chongshuan's bright light snorted through his nostrils. "Just say it. What's not good about me?" He raised his chin slightly, appearing quite arrogant. "Curse all you want. Look for trouble all you want. I've seen a lot of people who want to restrain themselves and raise their heads first. There aren't many in Lindsay's aristocratic circle who look up to me. I know this in my heart. Do I need them to look up to me? *CK them. Talk about me, talk about me, talk about me as much as you want. Your grandfather has trained me since I was young. I haven't lost a single piece of flesh. Why would I be afraid of a little brat like you?" He thought so in his heart. But Jungenzuan laughed and said, "There's nothing after that. Just this one sentence, you're good at everything." Chongshuan's bright light was silent for a moment and curled his lip. "You're just talking nonsense." He flung his sleeves and walked out disdainfully. When he reached the door, he paused and raised his head even higher. He stepped out of the door. He arrogantly left just like that. Chapter 1067. The Rain Beheading Army, one of the 9 soldiers of Qi, was on duty in the capital. Ji Zhaonan lived directly in the military camp. He was not used to living in Lindsay. He couldn't quite get used to the feeling of prosperity and stability. Although he had been promoted as the number 1 person under the age of 30 in Qi, he was still like an ordinary soldier in the military camp. He lived in a tent, ate in a big pot, and exercised on time. The only thing that stood out was that he lived in a single military tent. The standard had reached the level of a commander. Of course, it was not enough to match his identity. But it was enough. He had experienced many harsh environments. Being stationed in the suburbs of Lindsay and being on duty in the capital was too easy. What kind of war could happen in the vicinity of Lindsay these days? At most, they would cooperate with the inspection office to eliminate some spies from other countries, or heretical demons, evil cults, and so on. For example, the Pingding country. At this time, Ji Zhaonan was sitting alone in the military tent. He was using a piece of snow cloth to carefully wipe his Xiaohua spear. Today, he killed a few people from the Pingding country. Unfortunately, there were no important people. It was a waste of the spear. The god's descent who went to Xia to contact him could be considered a high-level member of the Pingding country, but the information he knew was very limited. Even this limited information was quickly cut off. None of the core people escaped with a fluke mentality. They all committed suicide. It was difficult to trace them. However, this matter was not his concern. As a soldier, he only went to test the spear. These days, he would always think of the days in that place. If it were not for participating in the Yellow River meeting and fighting for the country, he would not have come back this time. In the evening wind, a young voice sounded outside the military tent. General Ji. Ji Zhaonan did not stop and only said, "Come in." The person who lifted the curtain and walked in was the military secretary of the Tianfu army, Wen Lianmu. At this time, Ji Zhaonan was only wearing a single piece of clothing. In order to adapt to the battle on the river viewing platform, he did not wear the unparalleled armor. Only the Shaohua spear never left his hand. As for why he, who came from the Tianfu army, was like a fish in water in the rain, beheading army identity and status were one aspect. On the other hand, although the 9 soldiers of Qi had their own commanders, and some of them were even succeeded by their fathers, they were not anyone's private army. In essence, the military power was still in Qi's hands, and the country came before the commander. For example, the war god Jiang Mingxiong had mobilized the Spring Death Army with just a tiger talisman. Among the 9 soldiers, there was competition, but cooperation was more common. That was more or less the case. When Lianmu did not dare to meet Ji Zhaonan's eyes. Although he was seated across from Ji Zhaonan, he looked left and right before his eyes landed on the Shaohua spear. "Mr. Chen asked me to bring you some news," Ji Zhaonan said indifferently. "What did eldest senior brother say?" The big Shixiang he was talking about, and the Mr. Chen that Wen Lianmu was talking about was none other than the war god's big disciple, Chen Ziqing. De Qi's military god's 5 disciples were all thrown into the battlefield. None of them had ever run away from danger. Now only 3 of them were left. The relationship between them was naturally very good. It's related to the Yellow River gathering. When Lianmu wasn't in the mood for small talk and directly said, "For the unrestricted competition under 30, the Jing Kingdom's representative is the adopted son of the Qima Guard General, Murong Longqi. Last year, the Qima Guard attacked the Yong's Jing Prefecture. Although he was defeated by the Yong Emperor, Han Su, his strength is not to be underestimated. For the Mu Kingdom, the representative is Tsang Yun, known as the Oracle of the Modern World. This person is the strongest contender for the position of the next High Priest. Many people in the grasslands worship him as a god. For the Qin Kingdom, the representative is Huang Budong. This person is unknown and should have been fighting in that place. The most recent battle record we found was 3 years ago. Mr. Chen said that there is no reference value, but there is no harm in taking a look. For the Chu Kingdom, the representative is Yi Lan the number 1 beauty of the Chu Kingdom. She was chosen by the Chu Emperor without going through a competition. There is a lot of controversy in the Chu Kingdom. However, because of this, it is difficult to judge her strength. In fact, for the Qi Kingdom, the Government Affairs Hall directly recommended Ji Zhaonan. On one hand, Ji Zhaonan was the undisputed number 1 under 30 in the Qi Kingdom. On the other hand, they did not want him to show off too much in front of others. When Lianmu continued, "As for the Jing Kingdom, they are very mysterious this time. They did not make the competition public at all. Instead, the Taoist Holy Lands sent people to fight. Maybe each of the 3 Holy Lands sent a representative. Most of the people in the Jing Kingdom are like us. They don't know who will fight." After Wen Lianmu finished speaking, he took out a thick book and placed it on the table. This is organized by Mr. Chen. He has recorded and commented on the representative battle records of these people. Please take a look at it when you have time. As Chen Ziqing's junior brother, Ji Zhaonan naturally knew that Chen Ziqing was basically in charge of the intelligence work of the Qi army. However, the amount of work and energy that such a book represented was truly too heavy. He did not say anything. He just placed the Shaohua spear on his knees and reached out to take the book. This book only recorded the top 6 in the world, excluding the Qi Kingdom. As for the countries other than the top 6 in the world, there was no need to collect information, nor was there any way to do so. This was because not all countries would participate in the Yellow River gathering. Even if they did, they would not participate in all the battles. Most of the countries that were not in the top 6 would focus on one battle. Moreover, Tianjiao was the most powerful country in the world. It would not be good enough for them to focus on the smaller countries. When Lianmu glanced at him and said, Mr. Chen has also organized the inner mansion stage and outer mansion stage opponents. The relevant information has been sent to Jiang Qingyang and Yung Genzuan. Ji Zhaonan did not like Yung Genzuan. He did not deny it. In his opinion, Wang Yiwu became more stubborn after he met Yung Genzuan. He also knew that Jiang Wang had sent Wang Yiwu to the death row prison camp. Chen Ziqing also did not like Jiang Qingyang. However, from Qi's point of view, it was indeed Chen Ziqing's choice to help Tianjiao's inner mansion stage and outer mansion stage opponents. Ji Zhaonan was expressionless. He only said, "You have the guts to be stupid with Yiwu, but you don't have the guts to mention Yung Genzuan in front of me?" When Lianmu looked embarrassed, "Well, that's enough. I don't have time to care about these things." Ji Zhaonan opened the book in his hand. "I need to read Brother Chen's comments." Then, General Ji, please take your time. When Lianmu quickly got up and walked out of the room. By the way, Ji Zhaonan's voice suddenly came from behind him. You fought Chung Gongxing. What do you think of him? Do you have a chance to win? When Lianmu stopped to think and said, although Zhong Xuanzun's talent and magnificence outshone Linzi's, Zhong Xuanxing's intelligence is better than mine. I think he has a chance. He waited for a while. When there was no more sound behind him, he opened the thick curtain and walked out. Outside the tent, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Chapter 1068. Huang Sheli from the mansion realm of Jing has 4 supernatural powers. 2 of the supernatural powers that he has shown in front of others are his most recent battle was with in this battle. His father is the Yellow Dragon Guard's General Huang Fu, also known as the Yellow Monk. His family heirloom. Looking at the extremely detailed information in his hands, Jiang Wang was a little amazed. How much effort did he put into this? Chung Gongxing said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Someone has to do this. However, I didn't expect Chen Ziqing to be in charge of the intelligence work at the Yellow River meeting. Maybe it's for Ji Zhaonan." Jiang Wang looked and suddenly thought of something. The information in my hands is so detailed. Then, there must be a lot of information about me in other countries, right? Nonsense. Chung Gongxing sneered. You represent Qi. Who in the world wouldn't have their eyes on you? After explaining, he asked, "What's wrong? You're not ready yet?" Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and said, "It's okay. I should be known." The boundary between life and death extended far into the distance. Behind it was a boundless grassland full of vitality. Ahead of it was an endless desert full of death and darkness. For the soldiers stationed at the life and death line, the most unbearable thing in the wilderness was not the demons. Because the demon wave had not happened for many years, a few lost demons were sometimes a source of entertainment. Therefore, the greatest torment should be the aimless waiting and the constant vigilance that could not be relaxed. The boredom of the wilderness was unbearable. Of course, only those who had never experienced a demon wave would think so. Yuan Duo had been stationed at the life and death line for 3 years. Whether it was for show or for show, as a true descendant of the Yuan family of the Mu Nation, he had indeed spent 3 years of his youth in this place. It was enough to set an example for the young nobles of the Mu Nation. In terms of status and actual power, the true descendants of the Mu Nation were probably equivalent to the legitimate descendants of Qi. However, it wasn't determined by status. Instead, it was determined by whether the baby's bloodline was close to the ancestors at birth. A child born from a slave could also be a true blood descendant. The child of a noble could also be ordinary and not qualified to be crowned with the title of true blood. Of course, if the children of the slaves were of true blood, they would not be raised by the slaves. Instead, they would be raised by the mistress. Those noblewomen who couldn't give birth to true-blood children would usually adopt true-blood children to maintain their noble status. All in all, the true-blood disciples of the Mu Nation's prestigious families could roam the boundless plains to their heart's content. The only thing that could restrain them was the will of Tsang-Tu God and the royal court's orders. Of course, in reality, the competition for resources between true-blood disciples was also very intense. Grassland girls should be herding, hunting, and fighting. If they wanted to lie in their tents and wait for the harvest, they would basically be empty-handed. In the tent that matched the status of a captain, Yuan Duo, who had braided hair, sighed, "Zhao, my Tracui, I'm returning to the royal court." At this moment, Zhao Ruqing was sitting in front of a brazier. He skillfully cut off mutton with a small knife and stuffed it directly into his mouth. He ate until his mouth was covered in oil. He didn't need this food to quench his hunger. It was just that if someone could go deep into the boundless desert, they would be able to understand how wonderful the fresh taste of the human world was. After fighting in the desert for a long time, his long hair was extremely dry. He didn't have much time to take care of it, so he simply shaved it off. Zhao Ruqing, who had short hair, added a bit of fierceness to his peerless handsomeness. He was wearing a gray leather jacket. It was unknown what kind of leather it was made of, but it was very wear-resistant. His boots were a muddy yellow. It was unknown whether it was his natural color or the desert stain. At this moment, although he didn't care about his image and was gorging on food and dressed so inappropriately, he still had a soul-stirring beauty. This kind of beauty had nothing to do with gender and transcended clothing. Yuan Duo often felt that Zhao Ruqing might be the true Son of God. If he wasn't the Son of God, how could he be so perfect? He repeated, the power center of the entire grassland, the supreme royal court. Zhao Ruqing swallowed the large piece of mutton in his mouth. As he cut off a piece, he said, "Congratulations. Thanks to your help, I can have a very good position when I go back this time." Yuan Duo glanced at the bulging sheepskin bag on the ground and paused mysteriously. But seeing that Zhao Ruqing wasn't excited, he could only continue, "Directly enter the divine cavalry." Zhao Ruqing turned his head at this time and said with a smile, "Not bad." The divine cavalry that Yuan Duo was talking about was the strongest cavalry on the grassland, the Tsang-Tu divine cavalry. Over the years, no matter how the top 10 cavalry armies in the world were ranked, the Tsang-Tu divine cavalry was the first. This famous cavalry troop was the pride of the children of the grassland. The cavalry of the Tsang-Tu divine cavalry was also respected by the herdsmen as the divine kingdom knights of the Tsang-Tu god. Even if Yuan Duo came from a famous family and was a descendant of the true blood, it wasn't easy for him to enter this cavalry army. Since he met Zhao Ruqing, the demon's heads that he continuously handed over played a big role in it. Yeli. Yuan Duo chose his words carefully. "What are you going to do after I leave? I mean, are you still going to go into the desert to kill demons?" Zhao Ruqing drank a mouthful of horse milk wine and only said, "I'm used to it." Yuan Duo thought for a while and said, "I can arrange for someone to continue to work with you, and he's definitely reliable. That guy can't be more than happy. But—" He looked at Zhao Ruqing across the brazier and the roasted mutton. "My Yeli, you're a person as bright as the sun. Are you going to live in a place like the desolate border forever, without light?" Zhao Ruqing shook the wine bag and said with a smile, "It's very happy to be without light. You don't understand." "Yeli, Yeli." Yuan Duo shook his head and said, "There's an opportunity. I can get an opportunity for you. The Yellow River meeting. Do you know?" Zhao Ruqing gulped down the hummus and didn't say anything. Yuan Duo moved closer to him. "Now the quota for the inner mansion stage has been decided, but his strength is not enough to convince the public. In my opinion, you are far better than him. I can help you get an opportunity to replace him. The Mu Empire has always respected the strong and despised the lineage. With your talent, you will definitely stand out one day. This meeting of the Yellow River is your chance. Yelly. Zhao Ruqing burped and threw the empty wineskin to the side. Then he turned his head and didn't speak. He only looked at Yuan Duo with his beautiful eyes that were a little drunk. He looked at the grassland brother that he had worked with for so long. Although he didn't care about the situation of the Mu Empire, with his wisdom, what couldn't he understand? Yuan Duo touched his nose and knew that his little trick couldn't be hidden from him. Yeli fought in the depths of the desert day after day, as if he only knew how to fight and was a cultivation maniac. But his eyes were bright. He was like a goshawk soaring in the sky. Yuan Duo thought for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you, Yeli. Our Yuan clan and the Jin clan don't get along, and I don't like that kid Jin Go. But this opportunity is definitely real. As long as you can beat him, the quota for the Yellow River meeting is yours. I can swear to Tsang Tu God. Jin Go was the inner mansion stage cultivator of the Mu Empire who participated in the Yellow River meeting. He was the son of Jin Tandu, the Lord of Iron Stupa. Iron Stupa was the second strongest cavalry in the Mu Empire and ranked 6th among the top 10 cavalry armies in the world. The conflict between the Jin clan and the Yuan clan went back a few generations. In this year's Yellow River meeting, Jin Go could represent the Mu Empire in the decisive battle of the Inner Mansion stage, but the Yuan clan didn't get anything. It was said that after the palace meeting, Grandpa was so angry that he killed a beloved horse at home. Yuan Duo thought that even if he couldn't beat Jin Go, it was also a good thing to push Jin Go down. But Zhao Ruqing just smiled, picked up the knife and continued to cut the mutton. I'm not interested in the Yellow River meeting. Yuan Duo said anxiously. If you win the Yellow River meeting, you'll have fame, status, beauties, you'll have everything. Seeing that Zhao Ruqing still didn't respond, he said again, Don't you want to become stronger faster? If you win the Yellow River meeting, His Majesty will reward you greatly. Strange martial arts, secret techniques, divine grace. You can have whatever you want. Zhao Ruqing was still smiling, eating the meat and saying, Greed is the original sin, Brother Yuan. I have wine to drink and meat to eat, I'm enough. How can that be? Yuan Duo was so anxious that he wanted to jump. You're an eagle, you should soar high in the sky. You're a horse, you should gallop on the grassland. From the south to the north, from ancient times to the present, heroes will only be silent for a while, not for a lifetime. Yasui, believe me, you shouldn't be unknown, you should shine brightly. Such inspiring words had no effect on Zhao Ruqing. His hands didn't stop, and his mouth didn't stop. But he only ate the meat and didn't respond. You're really making me anxious, Yasui. Yuan Duo was so anxious to persuade Zhao Ruqing that he spoke without thinking. Aren't you regretting it? You're working so hard to cultivate, you should want to take revenge, right? As long as you win the Yellow River meeting, the Yuan family can help you. Mu country can help you. As he wished, Zhao Ruqing stopped. But he also stopped laughing. The knife was inserted into the mutton. Zhao Ruqing turned his head again, and looked at him coldly and emotionlessly. The cold and cruel killing intent filled the military tent almost instantly. Yuan Duo felt that it was difficult for him to breathe, and a chill ran down his spine. He would die. At this moment, he suddenly had such a strong feeling. He would be killed by this overly good-looking man in front of him, just like killing the Een demon, just like killing a sheep, easily. I miscalculated, he thought in his heart. In the long time they had been in contact, he had never touched on this topic. It was because he knew that this was very likely to be the other party's taboo. They were able to maintain their cooperation for so long because Zhao Ruqing never asked for anything other than supplies, and he never asked about Zhao Ruqing's past. But perhaps it was because he was about to return to the royal court, Or perhaps it was because he was about to enter the Tsangtu divine cavalry. His heart was unknowingly inflated. He was actually stupid enough to say such words. Will I die today? Yuan Duo, a true blood disciple of the Yuan family of the Mu country, who was about to enter the Tsangtu divine cavalry, thought so. Zhao Ruqing looked at him and saw that his hair was standing on end, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then he said calmly, Yuan Duo, don't think too highly of the Yuan family, and don't think too highly of the Mu country. What did he mean? The Yuan family couldn't help him? The Mu country couldn't help him? Yuan Duo's mind was in a mess, but his body suddenly relaxed. Because Zhao Ruqing had turned back and continued to cut the mutton. It was as if nothing had happened, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Even Yuan Duo himself felt that the feeling was unreal. He was chatting with his Yasui. Why would he suddenly think of death? Haha, it was a little funny. But he couldn't laugh. He was silent for a long time, and then he said, Actually, I really think of you as Yasui. Maybe you don't believe me. I want you to go to the meeting of the Yellow River partly to suppress Jingo, but also partly because I don't want to see you like this. I don't know what you've been through, and I've never asked about your story, but I know you're in pain. The blood of the children of the grassland is boiling hot. You saved my life and helped me a lot. I may not be able to help you, my Yasui, but if you're willing, I want to help you. Yuan Duo was talking about last winter's night, when he was patrolling the line of life and death. He was assassinated. At that time, it was Zhao Ruqing who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been thrown into the desert by now, and the others would probably only think that he was dragged away by the Yin demons. Alas! Zhao Ruqing suddenly sighed. I'm eating. You talk too much. Yuan Duo grinned and squeezed closer to him. Actually, participating in the meeting of the Yellow River is really beneficial. Zhao Ruqing's attitude was a little better, and he revived. My Yasui, you're so powerful. Don't you want to fight with the heroes of the world? Don't you want to know who is the real number one in the inner mansion? Qin Zhizhen of Qi, Xiang Bei of Chu, Jiang Wang of Qi, Huang Sari of Mu. The knife in Zhao Ruqing's hand stopped again. Who? Yuan Duo blinked his eyes. Huang Sari, a woman. Zhao Ruqing had to ask directly, who is this Jiang Wang? A man from Qi, Yuan Duo said. Zhao Ruqing turned his hand, cut a small piece of mutton, and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He felt like gnashing his teeth. Is this how you do intelligence work? Only then did Yuan Duo come to his senses. Oh right, I got the information for you. He suddenly got up, walked a few steps, rummaged through the desk, and found a book. As he quickly turned the page, he said, In fact, there's nothing to pay attention to. Among the heroes of the world, I only think you're the number one. How many people in the inner mansion realm dare to go deep into the boundless desert? He turned to the corresponding information and read in a very indifferent tone, Jiang Wang, born in Maplewood City of Zhuang Country in the western region, went east to Qi after the evil cult was overthrown. He was one of the 5 winners of the Tianfu Mystery Land that year, and entered the eyes of the people of Qi for the first time. Then he made a contribution in the battlefield of Qiyang, and was a blue sheep man. The battle with Wang Yiwu, the last disciple of the god of war in Linzi, made him famous. After that, as Yuan Duo muttered, he suddenly realized that his Cha Tsung had stopped cutting and eating meat at some point in time. The man who shaved his long hair was still too good-looking. Sitting in front of a huge brazier, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Yasui? Yuan Duo's voice was a little hesitant. Zhao Ruqing laughed. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. You're right, Yuan Duo. There should be a place for me among the heroes of the world. Chapter 1069. On the boundless grassland, Two tall horses galloped in the same direction. The man with braided hair who was lagging behind shouted, "Yelai, did you remember it wrong? You mean you want to fight for the number 1 position in the world, right?" "No, you're wrong." Zhao Ruqing, who was riding in front, said, "I mean literally. I'm going to watch the Yellow River meeting. You just have to get me a place to sit and watch." "No, you're already going. Yuan Duo didn't give up. What's wrong with fighting a few battles?" Zhao Ruqing was speechless. His words didn't make any sense, but somehow it was hard to refute. He had to be fierce. "Cut the crap. All right." Yuan Duo squeezed his horse's belly and jolted his buttocks forward. The date of the Yellow River meeting was set to be on the 11th of July. It was said that Xie Huaiyan, the minister of the imperial court, had personally checked the water level. Anyway, people of similar status in the 6 nations had agreed on this time. As for the other nations, they just had to listen to the arrangement. Then, all that was left was to wait. For the participants of the Yellow River meeting, there was nothing else to do during this time except cultivate. Basically, no one would disturb them for anything. Apart from the fixed daily cultivation homework, Jiang Wang's recent efforts were all focused on the Fire World technique. While cultivating on the general appointment platform, with the help of Yixingchen, he had completed the initial stage of this technique. However, if he wanted to use it as a killer move instead of a flaw in a battle, he still had to work on it. The date was the 15th. In the battle with Lei Zhanqian, he had seen through the flaws in the technique and gained insight into the workings of the lightning world. Thus, he was inspired and began to replicate it. In the midst of this, he had studied it without rest. Eventually, under the guidance of Yixingchen, he had completed the initial steps of the Fire World technique. In the last 15 days, he was finally able to use this technique in a battle. Of course, Jiang Wang wanted to give it a try. He could only do it in the Great Illusionary Land. Speaking of which, ever since he reached 2nd place in the Sword Discourse Arena, he had been coming to the Sword Discourse Arena every few days. He had almost fought all the opponents who were ranked 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The person who was ranked 1st had never appeared, but his ranking had never dropped. This meant that the current number 1 inner palace in the Great Illusionary Land had accumulated enough victories over the other 5 elements cultivators. However, if the other party refused to participate in the matchmaking, Jiang Wang would be able to claim the title of the number 1 inner house in the Great Void stage without having to fight him. However, that would not be satisfying enough. It's worth mentioning that Zhuo Guangshu, who has released his supernatural power, is about to obtain the honor of being a cultivator of the 5 elements. It seems that this young master is in a very bad mood after missing the opportunity to enter the Inner Mansion realm in the Yellow River Conference of Chu State. In short, it seems that he has been fighting in the Great Illusionary Land. Jiang Wang was thinking about how to comfort the other party when the battle was over. The Sword Discourse Arena suddenly flew up and entered the Milky Way. He had already found an opponent. The Sword Discourse Arena met in the Milky Way. The moment he saw his opponent, Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. It was not because of how handsome or beautiful his opponent was in the Great Illusionary Land. It was because the opponent in front of him was someone he had never seen before. The current number 1 inner house in the Great Void stage. Before the Yellow River Conference began, it was undoubtedly a very exciting thing to claim the number 1 position in the Great Illusionary Land. As for whether he could do it or not, Jiang Wang never doubted it. It was very obvious that his opponent also had the same confidence. There was no communication. The Sword Discourse Arena was connected. When the 2 pairs of eyes filled with fighting spirit collided, it was communication. Both of them used swords. However, Jiang Wang's sword was an ordinary standard long sword, the most common weapon in the Great Illusionary Land. His opponent's sword was like the limpid autumn water flowing in his hand. It was obvious that he had copied a long sword from the present world into the Great Illusionary Land. This was obviously a guy who was not lacking in skill. It was not that Jiang Wang had not thought of copying his opponent's appearance into the great illusionary land. However, after looking at the amount of skill required, he finally decided to keep a low profile. The two people's appearances were obviously not sincere. Dugu Wudi's face was too handsome, so handsome that it was completely flawless. The current number 1 inner house in the Great Void Stage's face was too ordinary, so ordinary that it could be applied to the face of almost any passerby. It completely did not match his proud eyes. However, the sword did not lie. The sword of a swordsman was the truest of words. When the sword was unsheathed, it made a sound. It was like an autumn afternoon on the surface of a calm lake. When the breeze blew, the clear and crystalline waves sparkled. The sword energy, as gentle as a lover's whisper, rippled out just like that. It looked gentle, but it could not be avoided. This was the sword of the number 1 inner house in the Great Void Stage. This woman's sword had a kind of extreme beauty. Jiang Wang, with his unparalleled fighting talent, directly unsheathed his sword and danced. His body was like duckweed, and he could not control himself. This sword was not as strong as the famous scholar's destitute, but it was very suitable to use at this time. Your sword is like the autumn waves, and I go with the flow. The two swords, one in front and one behind, advanced and retreated. It was a life and death battle, but it was as if they were dancing. This was a very strange feeling. This was especially true for this woman, who was called Swordsman Ning in the Great Void Fantasy realm. The way of the sword was too great and too vast a world. Every true swordsman had their own unique understanding of the way of the sword. It was really not easy to meet two sword styles that were so compatible. However, as a swordsman, she naturally would not let this feeling affect her sword style. Instead, because of her extreme talent in the way of the sword, she followed this strange feeling and naturally turned her sword. In the rippling autumn waves, a sword suddenly jumped out of the water like a fish. Upon closer inspection, it was a drop of water. Only when it was close did one realize that it was a teardrop. Once, the autumn waves flowed, and the feelings were endless. Once, I saw the willows in the distance, and once, the moon rose in the west tower. But now, this sword, she regretted teaching her husband to seek the title of Marquis. This was a sword of extreme grief and resentment. There was no better sword in the world that could cause resentment than this sword in the boudoir. This sword's turn was very clever and wonderful. It was really a stroke of genius, making one both love and hate it. It completely mixed the two sword styles together, and a killing intent suddenly appeared in the natural change of emotions. When that sword light suddenly touched between his eyebrows, Jiang Wang, who was drifting with the waves, suddenly found that he had no way to retreat. The opponent used an extremely sorrowful sword style to break the sword's involuntary turn. Lovers hated each other, and there was resentment in the boudoir. How could you say that you had no choice? Jiang Wang was like a floating leaf, floating to the end and suddenly hovering. His whole body tensed up in the air. It was a sudden tension after being involuntarily and endlessly dispirited. It was a tension that gathered all the remaining vitality and put up a fight to the death. He pulled his sword horizontally in the air. This sword, a famous scholar in dire straits, but still dissolute. 10 years in dire straits, but using death to draw revenge. P.S. Suddenly, I saw the willows in the distance, and regretted teaching my husband to seek the title of Marquis. Wang Chongling, Resentment of the Boudoir. Chapter 1070. The sword stabbed out a teardrop. Swordsman Ning's sword move was the resentment of the boudoir. This move, regretting teaching her husband to seek Marquis title, went from love to resentment. It perfectly carried on the previous autumn ripple sword, and further improved on its foundation. It was like a scholar writing a beautiful sentence. It hit the hearts of many and would be passed down through the ages. And Jiang Wang's response was still so ingenious. It was like a conversation between two lovers who had turned against each other. It was like an article connecting the previous and the following. It was like a story that was happening. You were full of autumn waves, and I went with the flow. You hated me for not hearing from you for so many years. I only cared about fame and forgot my old friend. But I wandered for so many years, I never became a marquis. I only had 10 years of destitution and half of my life. Now that you have condemned me, I will use my sword to write off our enmity with life and death. The horizontal line was pulled apart in the air. It was like a stroke of the brush when one was drunk. It directly split the teardrop from Swordsman Ning into two. Wonderful! Too wonderful! Swordsman Ning was immersed in the beauty of the sword moves. It was like seeing a soulmate in the world. She was greatly moved. At this moment, she forgot everything and was only immersed in the beauty of the world of swordsmanship. With a slight shake of his wrist, he split the sword light into two, following the tear mark left behind by the teardrop. She used two swords in one move. One on the left meant, asking old friends. The other on the right meant, not thinking about. The two sword lights came from the same source. One sword longed for her and the other sword cut off her longing. Although she regretted teaching her husband to seek marquis title, she couldn't help but ask if her old friend was well. But while she was worried, she also told herself that she had to cut off her previous feelings and stop thinking about them. This was a continuation of the original sword intent. It was the same body with two sides, two feelings coexisting. It didn't hurt the previous sword, but it didn't hurt the latter. Many possibilities were opened by taking on the past. This was a near-perfect combination of strength, intent, and technique. Swordsman Ning was overjoyed and excited. In today's battle, he had met his match and met a great talent. Although her opponent's swordsmanship wasn't as good as hers, her spiritual energy was stunning. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of brilliant response she would see next. She was also looking forward to seeing how exciting she would be in the future and how exciting her sword would be. To be able to exchange blows with such an opponent, to be able to exchange blows with such a soulmate, it would not be a waste of her many years of learning the sword. Only then would she be able to inspire more swordsmanship inspiration. She was looking forward to it. He even stared at his opponent's sword without blinking. Then she saw fire. Crimson flames engulfed everything. What streaked across the sky was a flaming meteor. What was surging on the ground was a sea of fire. The shrieking flame sparrow streaked across the sky with a slender flame tail. Heaven and earth, fire and fire. The light of the fire filled his field of vision. It was an extremely gorgeous and resplendent world. It was a world of fire. Fire was born in the beginning and ended in the end. All the geniuses, the dazzling ones, the ones who were convinced or not, were contained within and burned within. Swordsman Ning should not have made such a mistake, but she had indeed been engrossed in the duel of swordsmanship. She had been moved by the finding a bosom friend in faraway places, and had been looking forward to her opponent's outstanding performance in swordsmanship. The fire world technique had descended. It had drowned her and her sword. It was so sudden, but it was also so natural. She had left the vast galaxy and returned to her private space. Swordsman Ning looked at her sword and was speechless for a long time. She finally realized that the natural tacit understanding and the so-called meeting a bosom friend in a sea of people were just her one-sided misconception. She had been immersed in the beautiful world of swordsmanship from the beginning to the end. She was deeply immersed in the beautiful changes of the sword moves and could not extricate herself. And her opponent obviously only wanted to win. I originally wanted to give my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Invincible Dugu is ranked first in the 5 elements. Glorious title. Great Void's strongest inner palace. This is the first time you have achieved this title. You will be rewarded with 2,000 merit points and 2,000 technique. Maintain this title. In the middle of every month, you will be rewarded with 100 merit points and 100 technique. With this title, you will have an additional layer of effect on the Tao development platform. It was a little easy to win this Great Void's strongest inner palace battle. His opponent's swordsmanship was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her sword moves were layered on top of each other. Not only was her sword chi restrained and her sword moves nimble, but she was also so terrifying that not a single bit of her sword intent was wasted. She must have a very vast world of swordsmanship. That was why her swordsmanship was constantly evolving and evolving during the battle. Each move was better than the previous one, causing her sword momentum to grow stronger and stronger. Jiang Wang admitted that he was no match for her purely in terms of swordsmanship. In fact, he was already unable to withstand her sword momentum as it evolved to the end. It was hard to imagine how strong her sword momentum would become if this continued. But this was a battle of life and death. Even in the Great Void fantasy land, life and death were not real. But on the sword discourse arena, victory and defeat had to be determined. Therefore, Jiang Wang had already been preparing a secret technique. When his opponent's sword momentum changed at the right time, he directly pressed the Fire World technique. He had prepared other backup plans, but he did not expect the battle to end so quickly. The strength of the Fire World technique was one of the reasons, but in Jiang Wang's opinion, the biggest reason was his opponent herself. At that moment, she was still trapped in the deconstruction of her sword momentum. Obviously, she had made the wrong choice. It was hard to imagine that such a battle judgment would appear in the battle for the title of the strongest inner house of the Great Void stage. Jiang Wang could only sigh with emotion. He had nothing to say, young people nowadays. The Fire World technique, which used the Samadhi True Fire as its source, could be considered to have developed the Samadhi True Fire to the extreme under the current conditions. The effect was also very outstanding. Besides, the title of the strongest soaring dragon of the Great Void stage was also a real gain. Not to mention merit points, the newly obtained 2,000 points of technique had allowed him to accumulate 26,400 points of technique. He was only 3,400 points of technique away from unsealing another level of the Tao development stage. Currently, the 3 levels of the Tao development stage had the effect of the strongest soaring dragon of the Great Void stage, the Great Void Envoy, the Great Void stage's 5 elements cultivator, and the Great Void stage's strongest inner house. Jiang Wang thought for a while, and walked to the front of the Tao development stage. He directly contributed the Fire World technique to the Great Void illusory land. Although the Fire World technique was strong, it lacked originality. It was originally based on Lei Zhanqian's Lightning World technique. Although the train of thought had changed under Yi Xingqian's guidance, the structure of the technique was still the same. The Great Void illusory land's requirements for techniques were always more inclined towards originality. This was the result of many contributions. Although he had never met Lei Zhanqian in the Great Void illusory land, as the Great Void illusory land expanded, he might start to pay attention to it. To prevent Lei Zhanqian's Lightning World technique from taking up the majority of the Tao development stage's contribution points, he might as well contribute the Fire World technique first. This way, even if Lei Zhanqian entered the Great Void illusory land in the future and contributed the Lightning World technique, he would only receive a small portion of the technique. This was the strongest technique that Jiang Wang had contributed to the Great Void illusory land so far. The feedback did not disappoint him. The Great Void illusory land gave back a total of 113,700 technique points. This was the largest amount of technique that Jiang Wang had received in the Great Void illusory land so far. The Fire World technique had reached a certain level in terms of originality and power. It far surpassed all of Jiang Wang's previous contributions on the Dao development stage. He had worked so hard for so long to accumulate 26,400 technique points. Of course, he had always been vigilant and was unwilling to contribute his core secret techniques, such as the Immortal Sound technique and the Human Dao Sword technique. However, the feedback that the Fire World technique brought was truly too shocking. The Great Void Illusory Land's encouragement for this technique was evident. Not only did Jiang Wang successfully unseal the 4th level of the Dao development stage, he also successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Dao development stage. Alright, it didn't go that smoothly. Advancing to the 5th level of the Dao development stage required a total of 1 million technique points. Even if it was because of Zhuo Guanglia's legacy, he still needed 300,000 technique points to unseal it. From this, it could be seen that Zhuo Guanglia, who had advanced to the 19th level of the Dao development stage, had contributed a lot of powerful techniques to the Great Void Illusory Land. How shocking was that person? Of course, with Zhuo Guanglia's background and status back then, the resources that he could mobilize to advance to the next level of the Dao development stage were far from what Jiang Wang could compare to. It was even hard to imagine. He could only look up to it. Jiang Wang calmed himself down and was about to use the Dao development stage to perfect the Fire World technique. Suddenly, a paper crane with a sword as its feather flew over. He received it and opened it. Will you participate in the Yellow River Gathering? Sender, Swordsman Ning. Sword Pavilion's core disciple, Ning Shuangrong, had suffered a great loss in the Great Void Illusory Land today. She loved swords to the point of madness. She was also extremely talented in the sword Dao. She was outstanding among her peers in the sect. After entering the Great Void Illusory Land, she had a smooth journey and was number 1. Recently, she had been preparing to participate in the Yellow River Gathering. Therefore, she had been in seclusion for some time and did not participate in any battles in the Great Void Illusory Land. She did not expect that when she finally had some time, she would come here and the title of the strongest disciple in the sect changed. Due to the difference between a country's system and a sect's system, the countries in the world could not do without popularity. They also had more responsibilities to enter the world. Only the countries in the world could participate in the Yellow River Gathering. She did not want to participate in the Yellow River Gathering under the Sword Pavilion's name. Apart from her identity as a Sword Pavilion's core disciple, she was also the daughter of an aristocratic family in a small country. Originally, she wanted to participate in the Yellow River Gathering on behalf of that small country. She wanted to test the strength of the world and see if she was invincible among her peers. After all, the strongest person in the Great Void Illusory Land was limited. After that, she wanted to make a name for herself and fight for the benefits of her country. However, to be honest, she did not have a strong sense of belonging to that small country. The Sword Pavilion was a place that she recognized more. Of course, there was no need to tell others about this. She was very confused about today's battle at first. Clearly, both sides had a tacit understanding and were dissecting sword moves, evolving the way of the sword, and clashing their inspirations. She was also confident that she would obtain the final victory. She was immersed in the beautiful world of swordsmanship, unable to extricate herself. Then, the other party suddenly unleashed a trump card spell. The combination of the techniques created a world of its own. It was obvious that such a wonderful technique had been planned for a long time. In fact, she was not convinced. However, she was a very proud person and did not want to find excuses for herself. After carefully reviewing the whole battle, she believed that her opponent's technique was timed perfectly. It happened when her sword momentum was rising and was about to reach a higher level. This proved that the guy called Duguwudi was indeed very talented in the way of the sword. He could completely understand her changes in the way of the sword. Moreover, His fire element technique was exquisite and powerful. It was something that she had never seen before. Regardless of other factors, objectively speaking, even if she was prepared, she might not be able to take it. After carefully examining her opponent, she admitted that she was indeed one step behind. Therefore, she sent a letter to ask if her opponent also went to the Yellow River gathering. Then she did not need to go. A loss was a loss. If she could not compete for the first place in the great illusionary land, how could she compete for the first place in the world? However, that was what she thought. Dugu did not know. When Jiang Wang received the letter, his first thought was, "Does this guy want to get back at me at the Yellow River gathering?" He also admitted that his opponent did not show his full strength in the previous battle. However, why wait until the Yellow River gathering to fight? The winner of the title of the strongest inner house in the great illusionary realm was undoubtedly very qualified to be a sparring partner. It could even be said that where could he find such a good sparring partner? Jiang Wang thought for a while and deliberately used a more arrogant tone to reply, "If you are not convinced, you can come again now." When the paper crane brought such a reply, Ning Xuangrong's mood could be imagined. What about the compatibility of the way of the sword? What about appreciating each other? What about being inferior? What about me encouraging you? She threw all these thoughts to the back of her mind. Thief Dugu, you are so arrogant. He immediately sent a letter back with only one word, "Come." On the other side, Jiang Wang let the paper crane fly away and went to the great illusionary realm to look for swordsman Ning. He put the fire realm technique back on the Dao development platform and used the platform that had 8 layers of effects to deduce and perfect this technique. In the great illusionary realm, a battle that matched an inner house level battle could earn him 120 merit points. Jiang Wang had won all the way to first place and had accumulated a lot of merit points. However, he could not help but feel distressed when he saw the merit points on the solar diviner's projection decrease rapidly. He was still hoping that he could use the remaining merit points to deduce the outer part of the eye of Qianyang. This was obviously a daydream. Combining the fiery bone lotus, the true samadhi flames, and Jiang Wang's fire world technique was definitely the strongest technique Jiang Wang had mastered so far. It was no wonder that Lei Zhanqian, who had learned the Thunder Realm technique, was so confident in the master's ceremony that he even dared to use it under the circumstances that he had not completely mastered it. He probably did not think that anyone would be able to see the problem so quickly. As long as he could endure the period of time when the Thunder Realm was formed, he would be able to control the battle. It was a pity that he met Jiang Wang. Compared to his rapid improvement, Jiang Wang was leaping by leaps and bounds. Even if his Thunder Realm was really leakless, he would not be able to control the battle. However, another consequence of a powerful technique was that it consumed a lot of merit points when it was being deduced. Even if Jiang Wang had actually completed this technique and successfully used it in battle, the Dao development platform only needed to perfect it and it consumed close to 10,000 merit points. Jiang Wang's savings were all used up and he only had a little over 1,000 merit points left. However, the newly obtained Fire Realm technique had basically patched up the loopholes. At the very least, it had patched up the loopholes on the Great Illusionary Realm's 8th layer of the Dao development platform. Jiang Wang carefully felt it and memorized the areas that needed improvement. After confirming that he had digested it, he grabbed the paper crane with sword-shaped wings and smiled. He stepped onto the sword discourse platform and whistled into the Milky Way. Wasn't it a joy to have a sparring partner from afar? Let's go! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.